allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice President Gates. Welcome, everybody, to tonight's Penn-Harris-Madison Board of School Trustees, a very special Valentine's Day edition of the Penn-Harris-Madison Board of School Trustees. We welcome everybody who's joined us in our boardroom, as well as kind of an overflow crowd out in the lobby. We also want to take a moment and acknowledge our appreciation for those who decided to spend their evening with us, watching us via our YouTube live feed. So we do have a board member participating virtually tonight. So the first thing we need to do is take a roll call of board members. I'll call this meeting to order. And board members, when I call your name, please indicate your presence by saying here. Mr. Beeler.
Here.
Mr. Garrett.
Here.
Mrs. Gates.
Here.
Mr. McCullough. Here. Ms. Roach.
Here.
Mr. Turnwald.
Here.
I am Mr. Riley. I too am present. First item on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Board members, any changes or additions to tonight's proposed agenda? Administration?
The administration has no changes.
Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda for the Monday, February the 14th, 2022 regular board meeting as presented?
I so move.
Second.
Ms. Roach?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Beeler, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Turnwald, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Roach, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion carries by a vote of 7-0. We'll move on to the approval of the minutes from the January 24th, 2022 executive session and regular board meeting. Board members, do you have any additions or changes? Administration?
The administration has no changes.
Then do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the January 24th, 2022 executive session and regular board meeting as presented?
I so move.
Second.
Mr. Beeler, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Turnwald, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Roach, how do you vote?
Aye.
That motion also carries by a vote of 7-0. We'll move on to our superintendent's recognitions and announcements. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley and Board of Trustees. I'm going to begin tonight by sharing something that's just unbelievably great news on one of our teachers. And so I think that I could ask all of you, if you happen to know this teacher, you can join me and join us in congratulating Elsie Rogers' fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Amanda Fox, who has been selected to receive a 2022 Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. This is the highest honor bestowed by the United States to K through 12 science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and/or computer science teachers. President Joe Biden named 117 teachers earlier last week, and Mrs. Fox is one of the national winners. There are 3.2 million teachers in the United States. 117 were selected. We're so proud. This is the second time a PHM teacher was honored as a finalist. Penn High School biology teacher John Gunsick won the award in 2017. So Mrs. Fox was chosen in December 2020 as Indiana's only finalist in math. At the time, she was a third grade teacher at Prairie Vista, had expanded the after-school coding course at Prairie Vista. She also worked over the summers with the Notre Dame Department of Computer Science and Engineering on various research efforts funded by the National Science Foundation. And the National Science Foundation grants funded a K-6 Notre Dame computer science program, as well as the Prairie Vista after-school coding classes. So hopefully, Mrs. Fox will be able to travel to Washington, D.C. to attend a series of recognition events and professional development opportunities. If COVID-19 travel restrictions are a concern, a virtual announcement will be held, and then a live ceremony will take place at a later date. So one of our marvelous teachers representing lots and lots of great teachers in PHM. Okay, now we'll turn it over to our absolutely amazing student ambassador from Penn High School, Manal Bush.
Good evening, everybody. President Riley, Dr. Thacker, and members of the board. Tonight, as always, I'll be sharing some athletic and academic highlights, as well as some Kingsman court updates. So I have a lot of athletic news. Our girl swimmers won their sectional crown with a margin of over 200 points to the second place winners. They earned a combined 9 blue ribbons among the 6 of the girls. Our competition Palms girls placed first at their invitationals. Our girls basketball team won their 5th consecutive sectional championship, and Penn boys swimmers won their NIC championship as well. Our boys wrestlers placed second at wrestling semi-state, and we had 6 individuals qualify for the state championships. Our hockey players just won their city tourney championships against St. Joe, and our girls swimmers placed 6th at their state finals this past week. And I'm not sure who all remembers from last year, but last year Lily Christensen she was a freshman at the time. She won her first Indiana State Championship in the 50 freestyle as a freshman, which was crazy. And she's a sophomore this year. And not only did she win the state championship again, but she also set a new state record for the 50 freestyle as a freshman, or as a sophomore. Freshman and sophomore year, she won state championship. So that's crazy. I've been following her, and I'm excited to see what she does next year and her senior year, and I'm so excited for her. So I just wanted to share that. In exciting staff news, Penn coach Jess Preston was voted Coach of the Year in the Northern Indiana Conference. And then moving on to academic news, our Penn robotics team completed their latest project by delivering a custom sensory board for a child in the community. We also had 4 seniors recognized as candidates for the U.S. Presidential Scholarship: Hala Ansari, Luca Nijam, Matthew Zhang, and Manal Butch. Moving on to Kingsman Court news, we are having our Snowball Spirit Week this week, which is going to be a lot of fun. Today was Pink Out Day, if you can't tell. We also have our joint fundraiser with Penn's Dream Commission Society coming up on March 9th at Noodles & Company. And all proceeds will be going to the Logan Center. So that is all I have for you tonight. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you so much for your presentation. Please pass along our congratulations to Lily and to all of our athletes who are accomplishing so much. But you know what? My hearing kind of went out when you were naming the 4 nominees to the United States Presidential Scholars. Would you slow down and repeat all 4 names again?
If you insist. Hala Ansari, Luca Nijam, Matthew Zhang, and Manal Butch.
Manal, we are so proud of you.
Thank you.
We are so proud of you and the other nominees to be Presidential Scholars. What an enormous honor.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for everything you're doing for us.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you next time.
And next we have Excellence Happens Here. And we have this excellent program at Discovery Middle School. They're experimenting with a project that provides some diverse learning experiences, and diverse learners working with the opportunity to show their skills while learning and growing in an inclusive environment. It's called Star Buddies. It's a student-run in-house coffee delivery service for staff. Students get a snapshot of what it's like to have a job. They learn important skills such as money management, inventory, and customer service. The cost is modest, and the program primarily runs on staff donations. So let's take a look.
So Star Buddies is a functioning working coffee shop here at DMS. We grind our own beans. We get coffee from around the world. We have hot chocolate, and we have a variety of teas. Students have to go to teachers and say, what kind of coffee would you like? And then when they deliver the coffee, here's your coffee. Is there anything else you may need? And so seeing those communication skills build is amazing. At the beginning of our opening, we started as donation-based only. And so we are shifting that a little bit, and we will start charging $1 just to keep up with supplies. The goal is to teach students skills. We have inventory that students are responsible for. Students are also learning to do the budget. So what's coming in, what's going out, what we spend in supplies. So it started out with just 3 students piquing an interest in starting a coffee shop. And then once the word got out, we had an overwhelming, I think we have 48 applications on file. The job application has the basic things like their name, grade. They have to get 3 references from the teachers, and then they have their parents sign the contract. And then after they turn their application back in, there's an interview process.
I serve coffee to teachers.
Sometimes we deliver as a group, and then others we deliver by ourselves, but it's fun to do either way.
I serve coffee and make sure we have good customer service.
I created the Star Buddies website. It tells you like new news that just popped up, like today we got a new Dunkin' Donuts brew and M&M creamer.
The community and staff at Star Buddies is really a good community.
So this is all grade levels, all ability levels, the whole community of DMS is involved. The teachers love it. They love the coffee, and they love the inclusion that's happening. It's our vision is coming to life.
We love Star Buddies.
We love you guys.
Have a great day.
Have a great
Take
day.
care.
What a great idea. Well, thank you, Dr. Thacker, for sharing this innovative way of making learning engaging for our students taking place over at Discovery Middle School. We'll move on to our consent agenda. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley, Board of Trustees. The administration recommends approval of 10 items appearing on the consent agenda as presented, appearing on the personnel report under certified staff for 3 retirements. These are amazing people. Anne Marie Reining, a high ability coordinator for grades K through 5, will retire at the end of the school year following 33 years of service. She's done so much great work with our gifted and talented program. James Schmidt at Penn High School, who retired at the end of the 2021-2022 school year following 27 years of service with PHM and 31 years total in teaching. Now, Mr. Schmidt was the North American Geography Teacher of the Year at one point in his career. Joanne Hartline, who does a great job at Horizon Elementary School, is going to retire at the end of the school year following 30 years of service. Then also appearing on the personnel report under classified as the retirement of Carrie Katz, bus operator, who will retire effective June 2nd, 2022, after following 25 years of service. It's just done an extraordinary job as a bus driver. And on behalf of the board administration, we wish Anne Marie, James, Joanne, and Carrie the very best in their upcoming retirements.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker. Board members, any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the February 14th, 2022 consent agenda as presented by Dr. Thacker?
So moved.
Recognize Mr. Beeler with the motion and Mr. Turnwald with the second.
Mr. Beeler, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Mr. Turnwald, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Roach, how do you vote?
Aye.
We'll show that the motion carries by a vote of 7-0. And a special word to Mrs. Reiniger, Mr. Schmidt, Mrs. Hartline, and Mrs. Katz. Thank you very much for all that you've done for the Penn-Harris-Madison School Board and the school corporation. We wish you well in your respective retirements. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is instructional action item.
Thank you, President Riley, Board of Trustees. Our Assistant Superintendent for Instruction, Dr. Heather Short, will introduce a presentation on the elementary reading textbook adoption process. Dr. Short?
Thank you, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, members of the board. It is our pleasure tonight to present to you a recommendation that will be coming formally at the next board meeting. But this evening, I'm welcoming Dr. Lisa Soto-Kyle, who is our Director of Professional Development and Student Learning, as well as Mrs. Lisa Russell, who is our principal at Moran Elementary School. They were 2 of the co-chairs of this reading process this year and are here to share with you not only an overview of the process, but where we are and why we came to this recommendation as a committee. So, ladies, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Short, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, and members of the board. I'm pleased to be with you this evening as we share with you about our elementary reading adoption process. We will join you next month, or I should say later this month, as we ask for your recommendation in our committee's decision of My View Reading Program. Our journey really began this summer. This summer we investigated the big 5, the essential 5. You may remember learning about phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, fluency, and we have invested time with our teachers in talking about the development of literacy. We had, for several years, worked with a program called Reading Street. And we felt at this time, it's the time to expand our opportunities for both students and staff members. The reading committee was formed, and we took a look at what made up the reading committee in terms of staff. We took a selection from every elementary school, in addition to all grade levels. Rounding out our team, we also had Ed as a part of our committee, High Ability. We had members from our technology team here tonight, our ENL team, as well as our reading dyslexia specialists. Our meetings consisted of really taking time to review our needs assessment as it relates to our current program, and investigating and taking time to look at our data to decide and to configure a plan that would work well into our future. As mentioned, we based our decisions on our instructional practices and our curriculum view in PHM. In our research, we did consult other districts in the state, and we learned a lot about the programs that we were investigating. We had several publishers that we were entertaining at the beginning, and really through the work of our team, we narrowed those. Our process consisted of, again, a review of various programs, of our individual review, and we spent time taking a look at those various publishers. My View reading program really was the front runner. In addition, we had consultation from the publishers themselves. And after those reports, again, My View came out on top and was a very popular choice for all of the committee members. In addition, we again made decisions based on our sound research of the Essential 5 and the reading components. My View literacy is research-based, and practices are plentiful for impactful learning. In addition, as we mentioned, it's based on the science of reading, as well as has a systematic progression for our grade levels. Again, we had representatives from every grade level, and that progression of reading really was systematic as it pertained from kindergarten through the progression of 5th grade. Mrs. Russell is going to share with us a little bit more about the instructional model as it relates to My View.
Thank you. I'm really excited to share with you some of the highlights of this curriculum that our committee was really excited about, wanting some change and wanting, like Dr. Soto-Kyle said, wanting to push further into the science of reading and grow ourselves, not only grow our students as readers, but grow ourselves as teachers and professionals as well. So one highlight is the student interactive book. It is not like what we've seen before with the anthology, a hardback book with all the stories in it. It is more of an interactive workbook. So students would complete activities within that book, and also the stories are in the book. And one thing that I loved, having been a teacher in 3rd grade for a long time and doing some close reading, they want you to read the story once with your students and then read it again. And there are close reading questions within the text, and it says, highlight this, underline this. And our students can interact with the text because the text is right there in their workbook form. You know, we've never been able to write in our textbooks. We've never been able to highlight in our textbooks. So I believe that the words will come alive to our students as we can dig deeper into text and talk more and dig in as close readers. There are trade book read alouds as well. Interesting titles, novels, some picture books that really go along with some of the skills and also topics in each of the units. And realize primary interface, Dr. Soto-Kyle mentioned we had technology come along with us as well. It's so important that our technology is usable, reliable. Our teachers don't have time to dig, to search through. It has to be user-friendly. So we had some time to investigate the interface. One thing that teachers love is it's able to be modified as far as if we're taking a test and you want to split up into 2 days. If it's a long test, you can do that. There are those modification abilities on the online interface. Those are a lot of whole group tools that teachers will use. There are also some small group and independent instructional models and lots of resources for that as well. Each grade level will receive a band of leveled readers between a certain letter, so they can find exactly the right fit book for any of their students. The digital resources are much more interactive. Students can type into the digital resources. They can drag, drop. There are games that they can practice their vocabulary words. And then this is really amazing, and I can't wait for this. Reading Spot is an online digital library. There are leveled readers, there are decodable readers, and there are ebooks on there. So we can continue to get good literature in the hands of our students. So one of the most important things is that we have to follow our Phm Instructional Cycle, where we are responsive to how our students are learning, and that we are continually using formative assessments to make sure that they are understanding the content we are giving. So there are options for daily and weekly formative assessments, also unit assessments, and then summative assessments 3 times a year, so we can continue to monitor our students' progress and be receptive to what they need to change our teaching so that they are growing the most that they can learn. We also wanted to just note that we do have other resources that we have adopted that continue to support our students' success, not only in reading, but in specifically Essential 5. So with phonics and phonemic awareness, we have those resources in Hegarty and Foundations. We have writing resources, and we have our awesome interventionists and those programs that we've purchased for them to use that you've heard about this school year already, and our Tier 3 strong instruction, such as our reading specialists. So those are still there for us to support my view for success for all of our students.
Thank you. In addition to our committee's work, one component that we felt very important. One component we felt very important, of course, is that of parent communication. One of the ways that we involve parents, all parents at the elementary level, were invited to take part in our open house. All 3 publishers that we were considering at the time took part in an informational sharing session. Materials were available, and the publishers were also there on hand to answer any parent questions that we had. In addition, all buildings, the information was shared through 2 means, one staff meeting, as well as many elementary schools had the opportunity to have parent-teacher organization meetings in which they were able to share information pertaining to the MyView reading program. Also on hand, we had brochures available at every elementary school that contained a lesson walkthrough. Those lesson walkthroughs shared much of the information Mrs. Russell shared today, components of our reading program. Again, we look forward to the opportunity to return later this month as we ask for your support in our committee's recommendation for MyView reading. And at this time, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Board members, any questions or comments?
I just have a quick question. Will any of the Reading Spot My Focus books be audio books? They
Very much so. Yes.
Okay.
The digital platform does give the ability to not only see the words, but as well as hear the literature.
Great. And then will students have access to that outside of class, or is that something that the license doesn't allow them? Like you said there's chapter books. I'm imagining a student wanting to take, be able to read that at night.
Yes, the digital platform, as it's been shared with us, does allow access through our Canvas program. So we will be able to access that information.
Thanks.
So I did, Dr. Short, get an email from my elementary school child's building principal today soliciting feedback on this. So that email went out. Thank you. The read alouds, I'm excited about those being in interactive books. Is it authentic children's literature written by authors that we might? Yes. Okay. So it's not written just for standalone. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was really excited to see a lot of the titles that I had recognized as, books that I had even learned about in my classes through my undergrad and my master's program in reading. So yeah, absolutely. Great literature.
Other questions and comments? Well, Dr. Soto Kyle, wonderful to see you always. Mrs. Russell, wonderful to see you always as well. Thank you guys so much for your presentation of the board tonight and for your work on the curriculum. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hope to see you soon.
Later this month.
We'll move on to our next item, which is the Business Operational Services Action item as it pertains to the capital improvement projects. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley, Board of Trustees. Our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Aaron Linsky, will share a request for approval to award bids for 4 capital improvement projects. Mr. Linsky?
Thank you, Dr. Thacker. Good evening, President Riley, members of the board. This evening, the administration does request approval for 4 improvement items. The first is at Penn High School. The administration solicited 5 bids for stair improvements from local contractors and received 3 bids for this work. The total cost of these safety and service improvements is $25,792, and I recommend awarding to the lowest most responsive bidder, Gibson Lewis LLC, and a letter of recommendation for this award, as well as a bid tabulation from our architect, was provided in the board packet. The second is for the installation of humidification improvements at the orchestra rooms at all 3 middle schools, as well as the high school. The total cost of these improvements is $478,199, and I recommend awarding these projects to Performance Services Incorporated through a guaranteed energy savings agreement. PSI has calculated that the district will realize savings of in excess of $68,000 per year with a 7-year return on investment following these improvements. This is a guaranteed energy savings contract similar to what we've done in the past, and these improvement tabulations were included in the board packet. The third is for Schmucker Middle School heat pump installation. As you may recall, at the last board meeting, you approved the purchase of the equipment, and we just weren't quite ready for the installation. We have that ready to go this evening. There are 3 parts to the installation. This includes mechanical, controls, as well as general contracting for a total price of $74,326. For mechanical installation, the administration solicited 3 bids from local contractors and received 3 bids. The total cost is $45,884, and I recommend awarding to the lowest most responsive bidder, Dynamic Mechanical Services. The control improvements are $22,500, and I recommend awarding this to Precision Control Systems. They do all of our controls in the district. And finally, for the general contracting for the removing and reinstallation of the ceiling grid system that is impacted is $5,942, and I recommend awarding this to Gibson Lewis. The fourth and final recommendation is for professional services agreement for Elm Road Elementary School, the roof replacement project. The administration recommends approval to have I4 Design and Jackie Hildebrandt, our architect, perform this work for $120 per hour with a not to exceed amount of $8,400. That's $7,900 for the design work and $500 for any reimbursables. And that proposal was included in your board packet. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Board members, questions or comments for Mr. Linsky?
This is just a question of curiosity. Performance Service gets all the energy guarantee contracts. Is there any competition to them that you might get a better deal somehow?
Sure. So the state awards, you have to be a specific professional service to qualify to provide these guaranteed energy savings contracts. All of the bidding is done by them. So they bid this work out on our behalf. So it's really, we're just working in collaboration with them. To answer your question, we do work with other HVAC vendors regarding HVAC projects, but many of them do not qualify for the guaranteed energy savings. PSI really has a niche market in that regard.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments? Well, thank you, Mr. Linsky. There are 4 motions that I will present related to capital building improvement projects bid quotation awards. We will take one vote on all 4 motions. Do I have a motion to award the Penn High School stair improvement project to Gibson Lewis LLC in the amount of $25,792, award the guaranteed energy savings contract to Performance Services Inc. in the amount of $478,199, award the Schmucker Middle School heat pump installation project as follows: mechanical installation to Dynamic Mechanical Services in the amount of $45,884, control installation to Precision Control Systems Inc. in the amount of $22,500, and general contracting to Gibson Lewis LLC in the amount of $5,942, a Total project price of $74,326. And finally, award the professional services agreement for the Elm Road roof replacement project to I4 Design in an amount not to exceed $8,400.
I so move.
Second. Mr. Beeler, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Turnwald, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Roach, how do you vote?
Aye.
We'll show that the motion carries by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Linsky. Don't go far. We'll move on to our next business action item. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley and Board of Trustees. Mr. Linsky is going to share a recommendation to have a district facility study completed. Mr. Linsky.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker. Good evening once again, President Riley and members of the board. In 2016, the Penn-Harris-Madison performed a comprehensive facility assessment on all of our buildings and grounds. And specifically, we try to identify critical improvements, both long-term and short-term, to ensure that a learning environment is comfortable, that it's safe, secure, accessible, well illuminated, well ventilated, and aesthetically pleasing. Now, over 5 years later, the administration is ready to begin this process again. We also have many different people at the table to take a look at this, so we're excited. In December, the administration shared a request for qualifications for a master facility study and assessment, and we reached out to 6 local firms. 4 submitted proposals and all were interviewed. The committee was impressed with each firm, but found that one best meets the needs of Penn-Harris-Madison. Therefore, the administration recommends awarding the 2022 Master Facility Assessment to Fannie Howie for a professional services fee of $50,000. Board Attorney Jeff Johnson has reviewed the contract. If approved, the process would begin almost immediately as we plan to have it wrapped up and a report to you by June. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Linsky. Board members, any questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the agreement with Fannie Howie to perform a master facility study for a professional service fee of $50,000 as presented?
I so move. Second.
Mr. Beeler, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Mr. Turnwald, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Roach, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion carries by a vote of 7-0. Thank you again, Mr. Linsky. We'll move on to our next business action item involving sub-outsourcing. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley and Board of Trustees. This is an ESS presentation request for approval of the agreement. Director of Human Resources, Mr. Seth Molnar, and Executive Director of Business Services, Mr. Jerry Hawkins, will share a presentation on a proposal to help increase substitute staffing from Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Molnar.
Good evening, President Riley, Dr. Thacker, member of the Board of School Trustees. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you tonight about ESS. We've been working on this issue for some time, and we're really excited with this path to move forward. ESS, if we don't know, most of us are aware of this since we've actually had them to present to this board around 2 years ago. But ESS is the nation leader in substitute staffing for K through 12 institutions around the country. They have been around for over 20 years and have done an excellent job working with school districts, not only in Indiana, but across the nation to get qualified substitutes in our classroom to help support our teachers each and every day. We all know that we're not only in a teacher shortage, but we're also in a substitute shortage as well. And it's very crucial that we find these candidates, recruit the best and the brightest to come in and substitute for our classrooms when our teachers aren't able to be there. But this will give you an idea of how long we've been working on this issue of trying to find solutions to our sub shortage problem. It actually traces back all the way to 2014. We've done some focus groups, worked a variety of different angles and solutions, from raising the sub pay, looking at particular dates that we could pay higher rates on, typical dates that are hard to fill, a variety of different things that we've looked into to try to solve this issue. And, we actually went through and interviewed the 3 main vendors that provide sub outsourcing way back in 2017, had all 3 come in and settled on ESS. We felt like they could provide the level of service that we need for our students and the coverage we need for our classrooms, so learning can continue, which is the ultimate priority. We had them present to the board in 2020, and we're back today, to request that we approve the contract for ESS. But some key points to consider. For a district our size, we're recommended that we have at least 150 teacher subs in our pool. We currently have around 69. Subpool continues to decrease even when we've raised our daily rate. We've had a series of daily rate raises over the past several years, and we've actually seen our subpool decrease. So we're going to talk a little bit about this here in a second, but what ESS can provide, they can provide some incentives for our subs. They can use meta-analysis, some large data, and some great corporate structure to recruit and retain high-quality substitutes. But ultimately, guys, what we're talking about is going to create consistency for not only our classroom teachers that really want to know that their classes are being taken care of, but more importantly for our students each and every day. We want high-quality substitutes there. We want our teachers to be able to, use their prep periods. We have a lot of teachers that we're buying out their preps to sub and cover classes, but we want those teachers to be able to use their prep periods for what they're intended. Planning purposes, working with students. Some of those struggling students come into a teacher's prep period to get that additional help. But also just to collaborate with your colleagues. Some of the things that we do with RTI and interventions, it's imperative that we're collaborating and have time to collaborate with our colleagues. So right now, our fill rate, give you some snapshots of what we're looking at. 38% is our average fill rate, 35% for January, 35%, and an average about 40%. So we're really looking at bringing in this service that has done some really great things and some positive things in other school districts in and around the state and in and around the country to raise those substitute fill rates. So again, we can get those substitutes in our classroom. But what ESS can do, ESS will work to increase our substitute pool. Again, provide adequate coverage for our classrooms. PHM teachers that are being asked to sub can now go back to their prep time, which we just talked about, collaborating with colleagues, work on grading, communicating with parents, working with struggling students. We know that PHMTA has been a strong advocate of this and worked closely with us on this proposal as well. Our subpool grows, we can make sure that the level of educational services that we provide to our students is not interrupted. I briefly mentioned this, but ESS will also offer incentives and benefits, things that we're not capable of doing. They do offer medical, dental, and vision to their substitutes. ESS will allow 5-day work weeks. ESS will offer monthly and yearly loyalty bonuses to continue to work for PHM. They'll also do appreciation gifts and reward programs. They really got some innovative things that will target not only our current subs, but also some of the millennial subs that like being able to get incentives and gift cards and drawings, some of those things that draw in a millennial workforce. ESS will provide an on-site professional to manage the program. This is going to be pretty remarkable, but they're going to get a person from the community, from the PHM community, to really be our liaison for ESS, the subs, the teachers, the principals, central office. This person will work incredibly hard and know our teachers, know our subs, know our buildings, know our principals, to know just the idiosyncrasies that come with, the substitute teaching world. We know that some substitute teachers will only want one particular building or one particular teacher. This person will know this. They'll also know the substitutes and some of their restrictions, some of the teachers and some of their restrictions. So we're looking forward to that person. That person will also use a multi backed by analytics and several decades of experience to recruit the very best candidates. One thing that ESS prides himself on is just having this regional and national support, really boots on the ground initiatives, going to local job fairs, going to festivals, going to, grocery stores in and around the community to recruit as many substitutes as we possibly can get. But also the one thing great about this is that we will continue to have our flexibility in our classrooms and in our buildings with things like universal substitutes. Those have been a godsend to our building principals, especially in our elementary buildings. So we're going to retain that flexibility to still have our universal substitutes under our employ. School buildings and teachers will still have the opportunity to request preferred substitutes. That's something that will not be lost in this proposal. Substitutes will still be able to designate preferred school buildings. On-site manager will know these preferences, and I kind of spoke to that a little bit ago. But now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hawkins.
Good evening, President Riley, members of the board. I'm here to basically talk a little bit more about from the business office perspective. There's a lot of calculations that go in figuring out what is the cost to this. It's simple to look at it and say it's going to cost X percent. The hard part is, what's that fill rate going to do? Our goal is to educate students. When we don't have that classroom filled, we save money, but we're not educating kids as well as we should. So when you think about it, if we're going to increase our fill rate, it's going to cost us money. But in my opinion, it's money that we should be spending now. We're just not, because we can't find the subs. So if we set an apples to apples comparison, I estimate it would be about a 5% increase when we take all things in considered what it costs us today to educate. But because we're probably going to see a significant increase over time in our fill rate, it's actually going to cost us more than 5%. But if you just say if the fill rate stayed the same, that's about what we would be. But our goal is not to stay the same. Our goal is to increase our fill rate. So estimate of the cost is, I guess it's not a pinpoint number that you can easily get at. It will ease the workload. We have a significant amount of issues within our buildings and in HR. Our building secretary and treasurers are working hard, and principals to fill these subs. That will be eased significantly on their part, and allow our principals and our secretaries and our office staff to do the job they were hired to do. And that's, I believe, very important. It will reduce some of the strain that we have as we're going on with the significant amount of absences and issues that we have. I think that we'll see a significant improvement over that strain that we have on our systems and our people. And as it says, we're here to serve the students, and we think this is a great service to them. So from a financial and a business office perspective, it's not going to save us money, but I think it's the right thing to do. And I think it's necessary to provide the best education system we can. That's it for me, unless there are questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Thank you, Mr. Molnar. Board members, any questions or comments?
Mr. Molnar, can you clarify who will be doing the background checks on these individuals that are hired by ESS?
PHM, we're committed again to making sure that we have the best quality candidates, but we felt that it would be most prudent for us to continue to do those background checks as we have always done.
Question about the appropriateness of using ESSER funding for this. Can you speak to that, Mr. Hawkins?
Sure. Could ESSER dollars be used for this? Probably so, based on my information. I think my question would be, I always hesitate with the idea of using one-time money for ongoing costs. Sub costs are not going to go away, and it would be a temporary relief potentially, but that also means then the other things that we have written in the grant can't be done because we're going to spend it on these items. So could it be done? Yes. Would I recommend it? No, not based on the information I have today.
Mr. Garrett, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, I've got a couple. First of all, on the background checks, just to follow up with that. When you talk to other school corporations and got their opinion on ESS, what was their procedure on background checks? Did they trust ESS to do the background checks, or did they not trust ESS to do the background checks the way we don't trust them?
Well, so certain schools opted into certain things. I really didn't ask them if they preferred one way or the other. I just know that we feel comfortable overseeing that ourselves at the PHM level. We just want to make sure that we still have control of that we can sign off on that. My team in HR would just feel more comfortable being able to, put our rubber stamp on that we know that the due diligence has been done for those background checks.
Well, the reason I'm concerned with that is because, we're giving them, that's a 3-year contract with a substantial contract. We're giving them a 29% bump up on every substitute that we hire. And even though Mr. Hawkins says only a 5% increase, if you look at the contract, and I went over it, they're getting like 28 or 29% for every sub. So if we pay the sub 120, they're getting a 29% of that cost. Isn't that correct? Isn't that how that goes? So we're making a substantial investment in this company, but yet we don't trust them to do background checks. Don't you find that just a little bit, odd?
Well, I would say that, that we just want to make sure that we oversee certain things. Again, there are certain things that we become accustomed to here at PHM at the HR level. And this is just one thing that we're just not, this is not an indictment on ESS. This is just really on my department. And we just feel more comfortable overseeing that we can make sure that it's done to the satisfaction that we become accustomed to. But that's not an indictment on ESS. That's really just my department wanting to still retain that level of assurance.
Well, I agree with you. I trust you a lot more than I trust them for sure to do background checks for our students. I just find, like I say, I'll be honest with you. I know that everybody wants this, and it's going to help a lot of people. But I've been involved with Will Sub, which is part of this, and the experience is not good. I found the training to be very, very inadequate. You sit in front of a computer and you do little, videos and stuff, but I'm not going to vote against it. But I just want you to know I'm not happy about it, but I'll go along with everybody else and see how it goes. But I just want you to know, I hope that 3 years from now, I'll come back. I'll apologize to everybody for being such a jerk about this. But if it doesn't work out, I hope you'll come to me and say, hey, you were right. Because this comes out great, but I don't think it's going to. Oh, and one other question. We're PHN. We're probably the top school in the area, obviously. Everybody wants to work here, and everybody should want to sub here. So we raised our sub pay quite a bit, $95 to over $100 per day. And yet subs still didn't want to come and work at Penn. So our pool went down. Did anybody do any research to find out why? Even though we raised your rate, we gave you more money, but yet you still didn't want to come to Penn. Did anybody find out why? That would be an interesting, piece of information to find out. Because if we knew that, we might have been able to fix our own problem without having to outsource this to somebody else. Because look at how many things we already outsource. We outsource, quite a few things here at PHM. The custodial work. We outsource the security. We're outsourcing substitutes. What's next? So I don't know, I'm the kind of guy I like to do things with our own people. But anybody have any data on that, or why, even though they raised their rate, gave them $30, $40, $50 a day more, but yet they didn't want to come back and work at Penn? That would be an interesting subject to find that out. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrett. I appreciate that. I can speak in small little cases about why some people left the sub pool, people that I've talked to personally. I can't speak for the entire group that has left or people that have not entered the substitute profession. You can always wax intellectual about, the COVID or, just the great resignation and so on and so forth. But some of the people that I've talked to, benefits is an issue. That really is an issue. They have found that if they sub with another corporation that's in our area that offers benefits, they would rather do that. It really isn't about the level of pay. It's about some of those incentives that the reason why they left our pool.
Oh, so is that so? Benefits is something that they were able to give without ESS or a company like them. They were able to do it on their own.
No, it was, they actually left for another substitute outsourcing provider.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's my question.
Yep. So, I mean, again, those are just small examples. Those aren't obviously the entirety, but those are
That's
people
good.
that I've.
Good to know. Thank you. So
One other
benefits
thing,
would probably be a big issue then.
Yes.
another thing to note is this is not a PHM issue. This is across the board throughout the entire country. Our schools are having substitute issues. So it's not like they're, in most cases, choosing to go to another school district over PHM. It's more they're choosing not to sub is more the issue than anything. So I think that's another component of the whole thing.
Mr. Journal,
I got one real quick.
Yep.
So my only concern was, is as Penn leads the way in the community, and this is successful, is there any chance to offer a clause of exclusivity? Meaning, I mean, all of a sudden our neighboring schools start, oh, look, ESS, and then that draws from the same pool.
That I'd have to look into, but I know that they give incentives for staying with the original corporation. So I know that would keep people staying in their building and in the corporation. I think it's more like rewarding you for staying put as opposed to exclusive contracts.
The other thing I might say too is we actually want others involved because that will increase the pool. And if the pool gets bigger and we're more desirable, that pool is only going to help us instead of hurt us. So I'm not scared of other schools coming on board with ESS. In fact, I think that's a win for everybody.
Mr. Journal.
All right, I had a few quick questions. Thank you in advance for a number of the questions you were already able to answer between last meeting and this meeting. The first one I think is an important one, which is, you know, right now we have 69 employees who we're about to outsource their jobs to theoretically. What messaging, what conversations, what transition do we have planned if this was to be enacted so they do not feel abandoned? We don't want to lose those 69 people who are already in our sub pool because we have failed to, you know, help them enroll with ESS or whatever needs to be done. Like, are we planning sessions with them?
Yeah, there is a very systematic rollout on how this is going to happen. ESS is going to partner with us. As a matter of fact, should this pass, I will be meeting with them here shortly to talk about messaging and how those messages are delivered. How are we going to onboard those subs to let them know that they're still part of the PHM family? They're not getting kicked to the street and getting kicked to a nameless corporation. There's been horror stories of people who have outsourced things like this, not through ESS, but other companies, and the message was just done very poorly. And the subs actually turned away. So we are very committed to making sure that I work with ESS every step of the way to know that our old subs who are now ESS subs feel supported along that way and then know that this is still a good thing for them. As far as the first email that goes out, how we onboard them, how we meet with them as a group, all of those things are taken into great consideration, but I think that's an excellent question.
I just want to be mindful of that as we vote on that tonight.
Totally fair.
That, you know, if I'm a sub watching, you know, I want to know what's next for me, right? Like, so I want to make sure that we take care of those folks in that transition if that were to happen. This does not impact our universal subs in any way.
No.
So our universal subs, 2 in each building, that still stands.
Yeah. And our hope is that one day we won't need universal subs if we ever get our fill rates up. But we do value our universal subs, and they do perform some great functions for us in our school buildings.
But just a question: this contract doesn't really kick into effect until the 28th if it's approved.
Correct.
And then there's going to be probably some technology transition, and really we might be looking at, I don't know, March or so by the time that subs are coming through that system. So it maybe starts to provide some relief initially, as you pointed out, for the building persons up front, right? The principals and those folks that are manning and answering late night messages and getting all of that.
Sure.
But to the teachers who are taking their planning time or whatnot, it might not immediately impact them today. Hopefully down the road it will. But as we look at additional options, this being not a panacea, not a silver bullet, part of an overall picture,
Sure.
I would be interested in understanding the ability in a future meeting, finances or capability of whether it makes sense interimly to increase the amount of universal subs that we do have. And especially if there's hard to fill buildings.
Sure.
I know that this this company will work on hard to fill buildings, but I am interested in understanding the capability of, because we've got to do more than just this.
Correct.
This helps principals today. It may not help, a high school teacher who's filling in on planning time today.
Yeah. I think, you bring up an excellent point that we're still going to need certain things that we do internally to bridge that gap until we do get those fill rates up. We know that this is just one tool in our arsenal to combat this issue of a sub shortage. We're still going to need to have some of our teachers sub during their prep time until we get those fill rates up. That's without question. And I think there's always going to be those opportunities for those teachers who like doing those things to sub during their prep times. But we can definitely investigate adding more universal subs.
Last question that I had, the ESS staff member, will they be a virtual employee or an in-person here? Where would they be housed? Because part of this is their outreach and kind of being a part of the community.
Yeah.
If they're virtual, I know that we're not in control of that because it's their employee, but that ESS kind of coordinator for our district, where will they be housed?
We haven't designated the specific building yet. It would be one of our PHM buildings. They would be hired from the local community. They would be somebody from the PHM community, and they would be housed in one of our buildings, possibly here, possibly one of our other buildings. But we need them here to coordinate these efforts and not be virtual.
That's all the questions I have.
I would say one thing with one of your questions related to the timing. We're not expecting that we're going to be on board with them actually filling the subs until after spring break. That's kind of our cutoff date to where we'll be employing the subs up until spring break. After spring break, ESS would then be the responsible for the subbing.
So
we
building staff are listening, or teachers are listening. This is expected to maybe start to provide that relief after spring break.
Yeah, I mean, we would love to have it start tomorrow and
Sure.
see what improvements we can have, but we want to do it right. We want to roll it out. We want to get as many of those 69 subs involved here, and it is a benefit to them. They're going to get paid the same, but have more benefits involved. They're going to have incentives and other things that we don't offer. So they're not going to see any reduction in the benefits or the pay that they're receiving. So we would hope and anticipate that the majority, if not all of them, are going to want to continue, because with ESS, even if ESS is at other local districts, they can specify they want to continue to work at PHM. So they could continue to be exclusively our subs like they are now, potentially, maybe not all of them, but many of them are. So there's very little downside from their seat in terms of switching over and working for ESS. In fact, there's more benefits on their end, more options and things to consider on their part.
President Riley, I did have one other item, sorry.
Please feel free. Great
On
questions.
the initial contract and in the included contract for consideration tonight, it says that if the LEA, the local educational entity, wants to essentially change the type of staff that are included in this agreement, so the type of substitutes, you could technically list any type of staff in this agreement, that we could do so by amendment. If the school corp was to be considering adding any other classifications onto this agreement, that would have to come procedurally back before this board. That couldn't just be done by administration.
No, it would be a change to the contract language and it would go to board approval.
I just wanted to make sure, as the new person, just to make sure that I know what we're getting ourselves into.
Fair enough. Board members
I
have
had
the
one more question, Mr. Hawkins.
Go ahead, Mr. Garrett.
Just run real quick. When Mr. Hawkins, you were at Goshen a few years ago, as I recall. Is that correct? That
Yes,
you
sir.
had Will? Didn't you have Will Sub at that time in Goshen?
Yeah, we work with basically the same company.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So So I'm assuming then you had a positive, encounter with them.
Very positive. The big difference here is they're actually bringing someone on site, whereas at that school district, they did not hire a full-time employee to be on site. So it worked very somewhat differently, and cost was similar. Maybe we're paying a little bit more, but we're also getting that full-time person. We're also bigger. So very positive experience with them. They did what they said they were going to do. They stood behind those things that a lot of the concerns and questions that you have. That's why I wanted to chime in and would say I am fully comfortable with them doing background checks. I'm fully comfortable with them providing this service, and it's because I have experience with them and know that they will provide the service that we expect.
All right, good enough. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Molnar, Mr. Hawkins, thank you so much for this presentation. Do I have a motion to approve the agreement with ESS South Central LLC as presented?
I so move.
Okay.
Mr. Beeler, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Turnwald, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Roach, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion carries by a vote of 7-0. Mr. Molnar, Mr. Hawkins, I'm going to take a moment and thank you very much for all the work, thought, time, energy that you've put into this. I think the adoption of this contract is going to provide our teachers some desperately needed relief at a time that they most desperately need it. So thank you very much. I'm glad that the board has passed this, and I thank you. And on behalf of the board, appreciate all the efforts that you've expended to make this happen.
Thank you for your support, guys.
We'll move on to our final business action item for tonight. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley and Board of Trustees. This is regarding second reading and adoption of new or revised board bylaws and policies. So tonight we're bringing 9 revised policies to consider for action. These 9 policies were first presented to the board at the January 24th, 2022 meeting for discussion and review by board attorney, Mr. Jeff Johnson. Mr. Johnson will present the 9 policies to the board for adoption tonight. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, and members of the board. As Dr. Thacker indicated, this is a second reading this evening regarding proposed revisions to 9 policies. These 9 policies were first presented at the January 22nd board meeting. There have been no questions received about these policies since that meeting. The 9 policies are policies 1220 and 1550, employment of superintendent and employment of administrators in addition to the superintendent. Next, policies 3120.08, 4120.08, and 8455, employment of personnel for extracurricular activities and coach training. Next is policy 3220, staff evaluation. Next is policy 5340.01, student concussions and sudden cardiac arrest. Next is policy 5460, graduation requirements. And finally, this evening for the second reading is policy 7450, property inventory. I'll be glad to answer any questions if there be any.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Board members, any questions or comments for Mr. Johnson? Hearing none, we'll take all 9 proposed policy revisions into one motion. Do I have a motion to adopt revised policy 1220, employment of the superintendent, policy 1520, employment of administrators in addition to the superintendent, policy 3120.08, employment of personnel for extracurricular activities, policy 4120.08, employment of personnel for extracurricular activities, policy 8455, coach training, policy 3220, staff evaluation, policy 5340.01, student concussions and sudden cardiac arrest, policy 5460, graduation requirements, and policy 7450, property inventory as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Baylor, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Gates, how do you vote? Aye. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Turnwell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Roach, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion carries by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Thacker. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you to all individuals who work on our policy committee. We'll now move on to our business report items for tonight. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, President Riley and Board of Trustees. Good evening, everyone. We're very pleased to provide an update on our safe and healthy learning environment. As we look at the slide, the first one, we have a commitment to excellence. We're currently under an executive order issued February 1st, 2022 for the period of February 1st, 2022 through March 4th, 2022. Okay, this is a renewal of the public health emergency declaration for the COVID-19 outbreak. This executive order was issued for the time period of February 1st through March 4th, 2022, and it provides further continuation of limited provisions to address the impact and spread of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19. So we'll share some information relative to some health metrics. Mr. Alinsky.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker. As you've come accustomed to, as we give these reports, we try to provide information from the state level, from the local level in St. Joe County, and then into what it looks like in PHM. So as you can see at the state level, this is as of last week. These are updated on Wednesdays at noon. There was a delay this past week, but they've got it updated. And so this date is accurate as of the 7th. And you can see the majority of the state is still red, but there are pockets of orange that are starting to show up, which is a positive sign for all of us. Looking at the county, this is as of this afternoon. We want to update this board. You probably, this has updated since you received the report because it's significantly different than what it was even last Thursday when we were preparing this for this board meeting. So you can see that the St. Joe County, by their metrics, we still are in the red. We've dropped to just around 118 cases average per day for the last 7 days with a positivity rate of 10.7. And as we look at what that looks like and what we've just experienced as a community, this shows the number of cases since the 7-day average since the start of the pandemic. And you can see we just got through a peak that was, from a 7-day average standpoint, as high as it's been. And at that very peak, you're close to 500 cases per day. Now, mind you, cases are reported at all different times. So when St. Joe County reports something on a daily basis, they're reporting all of the cases that were reported that day, but they then reconcile that with the data. So it shows that the average at the peak was, somewhere around that 500 mark. And currently, as you can see from that last slide, we're experiencing around 118. So significant fall, and it's really in line with what Dr. Fox had indicated. We're going to see a sharp incline and a sharp decline. So we're appreciative of that. And then within PHM, this is our dashboard, as we're committed to transparency. This is for the last 10 days. And you can see that again, our dashboard doesn't allow you to go backwards, unfortunately, but this is significantly reduced from where we were. In fact, I just did some quick calculations as we look in our averages, and I'm just going to go back a couple months. We averaged about 13 cases per day in December. In January, we're averaging over 42 cases a day. And then currently in February, we're just above 5. So certainly a significant decline, and it's reminiscent and consistent with what we're seeing at the county level. Dr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Lensky. So as we look at transportation, we still are under the federal requirements for individuals to wear masks on public transportation, even if fully vaccinated through March 18th. And then if there's another mandate or metrics, we will follow that as per dictated by the federal government. As we move to our safe environment, health services, again, are still available during normal school hours to answer any questions and evaluate symptomatic students and staff. We have a lot of PPE available in our schools, including masks. desks and barriers, etc. Continued implementation of enhanced cleaning protocols is happening daily in our buildings, as well as the promotion of hand hygiene. As we move on from there, so we do have the continuation of extended run times for our HVAC system. So we have maximum fresh air, upgraded filters. We are practicing social distancing to the greatest extent possible. And as we've mentioned before, we did have individual desks that were purchased at all grade levels so we could achieve that goal. Continued use of plexiglass barriers in the cafeterias. We have been continuing to ask all stakeholders to perform daily health checks and screenings, and we do have the disinfectant cleaner and paper towels that are available in each classroom. So as you know, we've been offering vaccination clinics. We are going to offer an additional vaccination clinic on Tuesday, March 1st from 5 to 7. We will be offering that at Schmucker Middle School as we have previously, and this is for anyone looking for shot 1, shot 2, or a booster shot as available. And then finally, we continue to hold our PHM testing walk-in clinic at what we refer to as the bank building, which is just north of where we sit right now. Symptomatic students pre-K through 12, as well as symptomatic teachers or staff members 50 or above. And that is available 3 days a week in the mornings, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Dr. Thacker.
Thank you, Dr. Short. You know, I'd like to review the current metrics that we have, and I'm sure you're all familiar with this, but when we look at the blue, we're mask optional. We look at currently the yellow, universal masking, orange, universal masking, red, universal masking. As we look at the next slide, here's a recommendation. You're going to see a change. And you'll notice in that yellow highlight, when the governor's emergency order no longer is in place, and that's going to be expiring in 13 school days, then if the metrics are in blue, yellow, or orange, masking would be optional. And when that occurs, then masking is going to be optional for students, staff, and visitors. And so the visitors, the principal may approve volunteers to assist in the school. And we're looking forward to having parents and volunteers come back into our schools. The visitors for lunch are approved depending on the space available. The field trips during the school day are approved. Meetings with parents and or guardians may be held in person. And when they are red, the indoor masking is required, and obviously the volunteers would not be allowed, lunch visitors would not be permitted, and field trips during the school day wouldn't be allowed. Meetings with parents and or guardians would be held virtually when possible. Now, with regard to the transportation, the masking is required to use school transportation through at least March 18th. That's a federal requirement. Once the federal requirement expires, masking expectations will follow the metrics above. In the lunchroom, the semi-permanent plexiglass barriers will be removed on most tables. This removal process takes about 2 to 3 weeks, and it's going to begin March 7th. The tables will return to standard capacity. Plastic-coated portable barriers will be available for those students or staff members that would like one. Quarantine and contact tracing. Individuals are expected to self-monitor for any illness or COVID symptoms. Individuals exhibiting symptoms are asked to stay home or go home and seek testing. PHM will continue to follow the Indiana State Department of Health guidelines for quarantine and contact tracing. Then for monitoring and transparency, we continue to make sure that we have weekly meetings among the administration, the Teachers Association, St. Joe County Department of Health. We want input from everyone. We want to make sure that we're following some best practices. And as you've heard, it's a precipitous decline from the number of cases that we have in our state and county. The administration will continue its commitment to transparency through the communication, so you can check that COVID dashboard at your convenience, and we'll make sure that we provide updates to the school board and public. The last slide that we have, we really appreciate the partnerships that we enjoy with our parents, teachers, and students, the Indiana Department of Education, the Indiana Department of Health, St. Joseph County Department of Health, and St. Joseph Health System. And we would be glad to answer any questions for the board.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker. Board members, any questions or comments? Okay, hearing
Just a
none.
second. Yeah, I
Go
like
ahead.
that. I like that a couple here. When you talk with and you meet regularly with Dr. Fox and the county health department and so forth, when you talk about this information, when you talk about the necessity for masking and all this, what scientific experimental data did they ever quote you as saying this is why we have to have masks? Because this is all falling apart from what they've been doing over requiring masks the last 2 years. Now all the scientific data is showing it's not necessary. It's showing that one-way masking is just as effective. I mean, why are we? My question is, everybody always says follow the science. Okay, I'm willing to do that, but what science? Science means you have a controlled experiment. You don't just data harvest and come up with some numbers. You actually do controlled experiments. And if you look at the controlled experiments that have been done in the last year or so, starting with the one from Yale and Stanford that show how ineffective the surgical masks were, at the best a 15% likelihood that you wouldn't get the virus if you were wearing a mask. I mean, that's data put out in the New York Times. So my question is why are we looking at this stuff, and why are we just following this mask stuff with no scientific data? If there's scientific data there, I'd like to see it, because I want to follow the science. So what science are they following? That's real science, not just data harvesting.
I know that Dr. Fox talks about a lot of different resources, the CDC being one of them. One of our major reasons that we continue to have masks, and we have an executive order. And with the executive order, we're then given an opportunity to have people stay in school, because we don't have to do the same kinds of things with with quarantines relative to contact tracing. So we've actually had we've had thousands of students stay in school rather than be sent home to be quarantined at home. Our primary goal, safe environment, making sure the kids have an opportunity for learning in school in person. We know that we've had an opportunity by having them in school to accelerate the learning because when they were out of school, they were at a disadvantage without having that teacher in person. So our major goal was to keep kids in school, and we're following and complying with a government executive order from our governor.
Didn't the governor, though, state that he was really trying to leave it up to the school corporations to make that decision? I mean, isn't that what he actually said? Or maybe I'm wrong in that.
When his order expires 13 school days from now, it's up to us.
So it's not up to us now.
If it doesn't get renewed.
It's up to us right now. We have a choice.
That's what I thought.
That choice.
Hey, everybody, wait, hang on. Everybody in the public, please let the board members speak so that we can hear what they have to say, and you'll have an opportunity to respond momentarily.
Sure. So that choice is that we either have universal masking and do not have to do quarantine, or that we are mask optional, but that students would have to quarantine. That's under the current executive order.
Don't we have to work with our local health department though? Isn't the current order include local health authority?
Remember, we've worked with Dr. Fox relative to this recommendation. He supports our recommendation. So when we're saying when this expires, we can go mask optional with those three different.
I'm wondering, even if Dr. Fox didn't approve something, legally, can we still do something different?
If we are still under the governor's executive order telling us.
That's not my question though.
Okay, legally?
Yeah. Jeff, do you know the answer to that question by any chance, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, legally, we can do what we want.
Okay.
But I think what they're explaining is the choice is if you follow the mandate from the governor, then you're going to, and we have incidents of COVID or testing positive, you're going to have less of an impact on the student body that's going to be quarantining than if you didn't have the masking.
We legally have to adopt the quarantine as well. Now that part we have to do.
Right now, because of
Yes,
these-
yes.
According to the State Health Commissioner's Order CO 21-01, we have to follow control measures set forth by the state. And the control measures are the
quarantine. So we
Right.
have to.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only control measure?
Like the 5 children that
Quarantine.
are.
So the current executive order expires on the 4th. And that the governor had asked for certain things to be extended, which are in Senate Bill 3. And the legislature will be wrapping up by then. So it's presumed that that executive order would not be renewed, and that on the 5th, that we wouldn't have the choice, to my knowledge, of having to do quarantine. Is that correct?
we
like-
wouldn't have the statutory obligation
Right.
to quarantine. I
Right.
think is what I'm trying to say.
Right,
Yeah.
yes, sorry, my apologies.
And on the other side of it, I mean, yesterday we're at 5.4%. So we should be in the orange. I get my colors mixed up. I mean, we'll probably be in the orange this Wednesday. That'll be 14 days average,
That's the assumption, yes.
Yes.
unless it spikes tomorrow and.
We don't anticipate it.
And did the St. Joseph County Health Department anticipate that by the time the executive order expires, we will be out of the red?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So a question that I had in this setup or in existing for building staff, principals, admin, et cetera, are doing a lot of contact tracing, spending a lot of time with that. How does that change, especially if this policy were to be in place starting on the 5th? You know, how much time are they devoting towards contact tracing and towards that process, because that's taking up a lot of their time.
Yeah. We have buildings that have administrators totally consumed with contact tracing. And they're spending the majority of their time doing that. So of course, as we start moving toward a lower spread in the community, there's gonna be less contact tracing. Right? Fewer people would be testing positive, fewer people have contact tracing and such. I can't answer exactly how much with each building, but I do know that we look at a place like Penn High School. We have a lot of students get contact traced as well as the middle schools, and then some elementary schools.
Has the Indiana Department of Education or the Indiana Department of Health indicated that when the governor's executive order ends, they will give us new guidance on things like that?
Unreported.
Yeah.
Unreported?
They have not. I think it's too early. I
Right.
think as we get close to that date, I would anticipate we'll have updated guidance from them. That's been throughout the pandemic. That's kind of how that's been the process. They have not given any
Inflection
indication at
points
this
where
point.
Yeah.
So do you see quarantine and contact tracing and all that? Do you see that going away then in March when this is over? Or even though we may be able to go without masks or make it mask optional, will all the quarantining and contact tracing be gone as well?
I think the goal is number one, to go mask optional. I think that's goal number one. And I think as we take that calculated approach back to return, which we all want to get to, and we bring everyone along with us, I think that you'll see, I'm just guessing, I would imagine that we will have contact tracing and that gone before the end of the school year. I don't think it's probably going to happen unless this board would decide that. I don't think it would happen immediately. I think it'd be a calculated approach, again, based on what we're seeing. But in terms of the contact tracing and the work and the burden that's placed in our buildings, trust me, we all want to see that go away, but we don't want to see that as a cost to the kids. And so as we kind of step back, I think that's a part of that stair step. But trust me, our principals are looking forward to it being gone as well.
Another question I had related to, say, field trips. If field trips are back in play in this new policy, and that federal mask order is still right now through March 18th, but we don't know, unlike the governors, when or that might be, coming to an expiration. if we were to have a field trip, is that still considered federal busing?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
The
just want to make
answer is
sure,
anytime you
because
use-
it's
yeah.
for a different purpose,
It's
so.
all, it's all public transportation, and the definition as it sits now is that school buses are considered part of public transportation. Again, that could change, and I know that there's advocacy for that definition to change regarding that, but
Yeah,
it hasn't
I just wanted to
happened.
ask, just so that, like, it, you know, so parents are clear that it's possible that if we have a field trip in April and that federal order is still in place, that while we might be mask optional, on that bus, you might have to wear a mask. So like to comply with that federal order.
That is correct.
Okay.
And that would still also apply to riding the school bus to school and
Sure.
riding it home.
Absolutely.
Board members, any other comments or questions?
Yes,
we do
excuse me, I'm sorry. This is it's an important issue, I think. So this is an issue that's been tearing us country apart for a long time, and hopefully we're getting to the end. The question is, how is it that some schools are able to kind of bypass the governor's directive and have mask optional? I mean, are they violating his orders, or are they doing all this contact tracing? Are they burdening themselves, and all our kids are missing school because of contact tracing? Are they, you know, we kept 600 or 800 in school because we were doing the full mask. So are those people in these other schools that are doing optional masking, are they kicking their kids out because of it? I mean, what's going on there? How can they do it, but we can't? I guess is my question. I guess maybe I should call them. But does anybody know how that's happening? Because it is happening. In my understanding, there are schools in our area or in the state that are fully mask optional, and they're doing okay. So what's the rule on that? Anybody know anything on that situation?
You want to answer it?
I mean, legally, you know, as our legal counsel said, that you can do those things, but you can disregard the health order legally.
So
Not
I mean,
the contact tracing.
right.
Not the contact tracing is
executive order,
statutory.
right.
So
But
So you can see, like-
you can do some of those things, and so I don't really, I've not talked to a lot of superintendents. I know there are districts that are really not, and they've been pretty much mask optional.
Yeah, so like Warsaw, for example, is a mask optional school right now. They have gone on a journey, and I don't remember all the steps, but they started as mask optional. This winter, they moved to mask required. They've now moved back to mask optional. It's my understanding that the mask required period they moved to because of the amount of kids that they were having to quarantine. That's my understanding as an outsider reading what was happening. They've now moved to mask optional, and they have tied their metric to whether or not they'll introduce masks again to building population. If it's below like 5%, I think. I could be off in my percentages. It might be 10. Ms. Gates.
I've been talking to the school board there, and yeah, they're basing it on their school, which Jim, you've asked for a lot, like their
Right.
school metrics, not community metrics, which for us is such, I mean, we've got colleges in town and a lot of other factors at play. So I think looking at your.
So they won't go back to mask required unless, as
They
a
won't if they're
district,
sending a bunch of kids home.
they'll do it in each building, and it's dependent on a percentage. Now, because they're doing that percentage, I'm sure principals and those staffs are still having to pull a lot of data. So.
Well, we do have to make the decision for Penn-Harris-Madison and let other school districts make the decision for themselves. We do have a recommendation from the administration for the board to consider. The recommendation has been laid out. We do have 14 members of our audience who have asked to speak to the board directly on this agenda topic. And so I'd like to give them an opportunity to address the board. The public is invited to address the board on specific topics with registering. A time limit of 3 minutes shall be enforced for persons wishing to speak during this topic. Board Attorney Jeff Johnson will keep time for you. And Mr. Johnson, if you'll just simply announce to them when they have 30 seconds remaining, and then when their time has expired, that'd be appreciated. Individuals may speak only once during this section of the agenda. Personnel issues are not to be addressed during open sessions of the board. Concerns about individual employees of the district should be brought to the superintendent or his designee, and the board does not respond to questions or comments posed. With that in mind, let's start this off with a very special guest. There's nobody we like to hear from more than our own students. And to that end, we have a student who has asked to come speak to the board. And so we'll open the door and we will welcome Ivy Clapsaddle. Hi, Ivy, come on in.
Hello.
Go ahead, Ivy, the floor is yours.
Dr. Thacker and members of the board, I am Ivy Clapsaddle and I go to Discovery Middle School. I am a student ambassador, an NJHS participant, a natural born leader, and I also play basketball on the 8th grade girls team. Now, as I was trying to come up with a way to persuade you with my speech, I had to think, what do I really think about all this and what do I really feel about this matter in my heart? And it is what I see every single day. For the past year, all I hear is put your mask up or above the nose and even cover your smile up. Now that is pretty bad, and truthfully, nobody likes it anymore. Both the constant yelling from the teachers or the fact that we have to put on a piece of cloth that covers up our emotions. It's been 2 years of the same exact thing with no change, and all the masks have done is hurt us. The risks of community spread are low, but we all know that the negative effects of masking kids are high. Reading lips is something that humans need to do, some more than others, and covering them up makes everything just more difficult, even though the real point of wearing the mask is to keep us safe. I have literally had dreams that someday I would be able to go to school and see faces once again, and that day has to come now. The cases are very low coming from this massive district, but I know you just have to wait 2 more weeks and then we can take them off. But why not now? Who knows? Cases might spike back up in 2 weeks and you would have already missed your window to make them optional again. So now is the best time, and yes, it might be hard, but aren't we worth it? We have warned them for you for 2 years, and the least you could do is give us the choice of being normal again. And the people that still want to wear the mask because it makes them feel safe, you can still wear it and keep yourself safe. But I'm begging that we can go back to a normal life and face-to-face interactions. I want to see emotions, I want to see more energy in my school, and most of all, I don't want to hear my teachers' reprimands. I want to see happiness and feel the emotions of my friends again. And I really want to see smiles. So, Dr. Thacker and you 7 board members, I want all of you to leave thinking about something. How are you able to sleep at night knowing that you are forcing thousands of kids to hide the thing that us children use to make friends and make a better day for others? And now that I know your hands are no longer tied, give us the option to be normal and be able to see the joyous faces of each other once again.
Thank you, Ivy, very much. I can see that natural born leader element.
And they won tonight. They beat Jim Jones.
Next up is Joy
Oh, okay.
Clapsaddle. Joy, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Excuse me. Sorry, we just drove like mad to get here. So thank you so much for signing us up and letting us come. And sorry that we were late. I did not want to come here tonight. I told Ivy all the reasons why we shouldn't come. I told her the school board members have already made up their mind. They already saw Dr. Thacker's proposal. They've already spoken throughout the week. And they already know what they're going to do. I said, just let's go home. Let's not do this. But no matter what, she said, no, I want to do this. I explained to her that it's kind of like a play. Everyone has their script. They've rehearsed it behind the scenes before we come out here. And now we essentially watch the scripted performance. I told her that Dr. Thacker had received confidence, most likely from you 7 board members, that you would agree with the proposal and that the board's going to, that you presented, Dr. Thacker, and that most likely they already even know what they're voting. But she insisted. I felt it was important to be honest with her about how all this works, to protect her heart.
so that she would be prepared for tomorrow. That the masks required are going to be a part of her world tomorrow. The world where kids wear masks 5 days a week, 7 hours a day for the last 290 school days. She still wanted to come. She wanted to prepare a speech. She wanted to come because somehow she still has hope. I don't know how. She has hope that you might hear her plea and that you'll have a change of heart. When Ivy was writing her speech, she asked me, what should I say? She was really excited. Her teachers have been doing speeches this year, and she was excited to come here and see what all this is about. And I said, I have no idea. I would just speak from your heart. While the administration's proposal tonight, Dr. Thacker's proposal, appears good news that we're on a positive pathway to make mask optional policy very close. It's so close. It also makes the mistake of tying metrics to the decision. It ties Governor Holcomb changing. What if he doesn't? What if he keeps his policy in place he has all the way up until now? What if he renews it again, which is all we've seen him do? We keep talking about, well, when it ends, he just keeps extending it. But with this new proposal, does it make kids, it makes kids continue to be forced to wear masks. Masks were introduced originally at the very beginning without metrics, and they can be removed today without metrics. The administration doesn't want to do it because it makes it harder. With cases
3 minutes have expired. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Come back to see us again.
I will.
Okay. It's good to see you. Thank you very much.
Good to see you. We gotta go now. There's no room.
Anastasia Glassberg.
Dr. Thacker, President Riley, and members of the School Board of Trustees. For those of you wearing masks, do they make you feel safe, especially those cloth ones? I come before you tonight asking to be understood instead of being told to understand. I'm disappointed to witness firsthand the priorities PHM has regarding safety as your #1 priority. When there's a threat to our schools for violence or guns, parents often hear about it after the fact, once the investigation is over. However, we have students cussing out teachers, choosing violence and vandalism, and these students become part of restorative justice so we can make sure we're being equitable in our punishment. But imagine now a group of students organizing a peaceful protest claiming that smiling promotes peace and therefore they will not wear their masks so they can free their smiles, all in the name of peace. PHM supported BLM and anti-gun walkouts, but when these students wanted to engage in peaceful protest regarding their freedoms, it was met with disdain from the administration, PHM Teachers Association leaders, and principals who threatened write-ups and suspension if kids did not comply. Where's restorative justice for these kids? No, we're going to reserve that for the kids with their death threats. In fact, teachers were encouraged to use their power over kids in this direct quote that states, please use the relationships you have created with these students to encourage them to comply. This is coercion. This is grooming once again. This is using a position of power to strip rights from students, and it tells them they don't have to listen to their parents. Teachers were instructed by administration to manipulate and use their authority to force compliance. Compliance, there it is again. This isn't about COVID or safety or rules. It's about control. All of you here tonight want complete control. You don't want to take away masks until you say so and not a second sooner. Well, guess what? We don't really need your vote tonight. We don't need your made-up metrics that don't exist in any other school district in our area. And we don't need your power-hungry leftist Thursday Dr. Fox meetings. And we certainly do not need a teacher union leader. If you love science so much, then I assume you know about one-way masking. And if not, it works like this. If you're vaccinated and boosted and wearing a proper N95 mask, somehow you're protected now. And no matter what anybody else is doing, you do not need to mask everyone. Everyone who wants to wear a mask and have a magical barrier to protect them can leave the rest of us alone. The science has spoken, or changed, or pivoted, or something. So our children will be smiling for the world to see from now on because we say so. They're our children, and you will not force them to comply anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Glassberg. Mr. Ben Dallas.
Happy Valentine's Day, comrades.
As of last week, I know the numbers have changed, the data has changed, but according to PHM's own data from last week, students had an over 180% increase in infection rates from last year. From last year's number at the height of the pandemic, teachers and staff, their numbers went up 58% from last year, the height of the pandemic. What has changed? We have better ventilation systems. We have 3 vaccines, right? We got little plexiglass dividers. We have all these tools. We have all this stuff, but numbers keep going up regardless if we're masked or not. Am I wrong? Your own data says I'm right. Your own data says that I'm right. So is that success? Is that what success looks like? Then you look at the schools around us. Even some schools in Michigan don't have or mask optional right now. Some schools in Governor Whitmer's state, I can't believe I'm saying this, are mask optional, and their COVID infection rates aren't any worse than ours. Real-time data trumps everything. It just does. Look at Elkhart schools. Look at Concord schools, mask optional. Their numbers are not any worse than ours, their infection rates. So again, what are we doing? I ask this every month, right? For those that quote the CDC like they're this great biblical source, let me remind you all, they're exactly 22 months late on recommending that we wear the good masks, right? Before you could wear just the little cloth reused ones. That was fine. It took them 22 months to tell us, maybe you should wear the good masks now, the tight-fitting N95 masks, which not everybody's doing. So that's that. Now, for the other parents that might speak after me, whoever might speak after me, that is for forced masking, statewide, don't just tell us your position and tell us we have to listen to you because of what you do or whatever. Tell us why. We just want to know why. Why? Argue the merits of the case, not your title, and tell us to kiss the ring. Because we hear that every month. We hear these elites tell us, well, I'm so-and-so. I'm this, and I'm just telling you masks work because the end. Listen to me. It doesn't work that way. So the last thing I want to touch on is I always hear about teachers need a support structure. They got a support structure. That's you. You guys are their support structure. What we want is our kids to have the same support structure. Let's talk about our kids having a support structure, not just the teachers. That's all I got. Happy Valentine's Day again.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Ms. Brzezinski.
Good evening. I'm going to read to you something one of my kids wrote, my daughter wrote. Hopefully I do you justice, honey. She did email this to all of you. I don't accept your reasons for keeping masks. We want to keep everybody safe, but we don't care about the mental health enough of masking kids for 2 years. Shame on all of you. I may look normal, I may look fine, but really, how much more can I take? This madness that's lasted these 2 long years doesn't seem to come to a close. This nonsense over masks is just being drawn out. I need to see people smile again, to see people not afraid, to see people leading normal lives, to see faces bright and alive, to see faces. Oh, to see the faces. I never had trouble remembering a face before, but now there are some teachers whose faces I've never seen. You can't tell if there is a smile. You can't tell if there's a frown. You can't really know someone without seeing a smile. Funny faces go by unknown. Smiles are never seen. I smile at people all the time, but I don't see a smile in return. The only thing that tells me they saw is the crinkling in their eyes, if even that. How much more? How much longer? It's a game of cat and mouse. The day of liberation, of freedom, of happiness gets closer and then fades. So many questions unanswered, so many people suffering, and it does not go unnoticed by me. The stupidity, oh, the stupidity of these ridiculous things. The box of paper ones say not to be used for communicable diseases. Can't they see? Why can't they see? The balance of power is changing. The tides are shifting and the sand is melting away. Oh, please, Lord, why can't they see? The schools all give talks about bullying, about standing up for what is right, but why can't they follow it? Why do they bully when they are being bullied? Not everyone wants this. Students have tried to walk out at Penn, which is their right and their rights to do. They tried to walk out those doors with maskless faces, only to be threatened with loss of athletics. It is our full right to choose if we want to cover our faces. I get that people are scared. I really do. But it's time for a change. Those who would like to smile at their friends again, those who would like to actually see people's faces need this change. We are entitled, sorry, I messed up, sorry, honey. Please don't make us suffer so. We are entitled to our freedoms, to choose what we want, to laugh freely and smile, to have a choice. Let those who want to wear them and those who do not have the right to choose. Please hear my plea now. We are in desperate need of change. So I want you to think about that as you wait your 2 weeks so you don't have to make the decision on masks. So you can blame somebody else. It was Holcomb. I couldn't make that decision. You could, and you're choosing not to. This is your fault. We are past the point. You can make this decision.
The 3 minutes have expired. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. Make the right decision.
Next up is Quinn Brandy, another student. Hi, Quinn.
Hi, my name is Quinlan Brandy, and I'm a third grade student at Bittersweet Elementary. I want to let you know that me and my family do not agree at all with the mask mandate, but out of my honor and respect of you and my teacher, Miss Hedrick, I've worn it and worn it for a long time. It's hard to wear a mask all day long, and it's very hard when we go to the gym because kids are forced to put their masks on when they are sweaty and hot. It's hard to breathe. I want masks to be optional because it's not fair that we have to wear masks when we don't feel the need to. My mom is a teacher, and her students don't have to wear masks. I want that for my class. It's hard for me to understand why I have to wear a mask at school when I can go to soccer, basketball at the store, and restaurants and not wear them. Please do not make us wear these awful masks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Thacker and members of the board. My name is Amanda Brandy, and I am a parent to 3 kiddos who attend PHM schools. I am also a kindergarten teacher in Elkhart Community Schools. I'm speaking tonight because I believe I see masking through the lens of both a teacher and a parent. Elkhart schools went mask optional November 10th, 2021. I wish you would have been there that morning. See, most of our students were unaware that this change had happened because the decision was made so late the night before. My classroom happens to be by the bus doors, and every morning I have the opportunity to greet students that come in from the buses. That particular morning, my principal had been out by the buses greeting students like he is every morning. But on November 10th, he was able to tell students that they no longer had to wear masks inside the building. While students walked in, they took their masks off, they smiled, they cheered, and even danced down the halls. It still gives me the chills thinking about it today. Teaching is hard. Although, and through the lens of a teacher, it changed the culture of our building. Moods lightened and people were happy again. Kids and teachers at PHM deserve the same opportunity. Even though Elkhart is mask optional, we are able to keep students in class. If students become a close contact, they are able to stay in class, but have to wear a mask the next 10 days. Obviously, if they develop symptoms, they stay home and get tested. We've been able to stay open, and kids get to see our faces as well as their friends. Mask optional works. As a mom, I feel guilty every morning that I get to go to work without a mask and teach 21 amazing kids, while my 3 kids have to sit in masks all day, distance, and eating behind plexiglass. Please take all of this into consideration as you vote on your next steps. Thanks again for all that you do for your teachers, for your students and your teachers at PHM.
Thank you, Mrs. Brandy. Now, Quinn, don't run away just yet. Is this your first time ever coming to a school board meeting?
Yeah.
Is this your first time ever speaking in a school board meeting?
Yeah.
You know what? I could hardly tell. Do you know why? Because you did a great job.
Thank you. And honestly, I was not going to speak. She's been asking for months to speak. And I literally wrote this at 5 o'clock today. And I was like, if my third grade child can come up and speak in front of all of you, then I can too. And, we've just done our best to respect decisions made by this corporation. And we love that our kids are here.
Appreciate that. And Quinn, you know what? You know what future I see? I see you coming back to the Penn-Harris-Madison School Board, maybe as a student representative someday, because you're just that bright. Thank you so much for being here tonight, for spending your night with us and addressing us. We really appreciate you and loved everything you had to say, okay?
Thank you.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
All right, I always get to follow the kids here, so. All right, so thank you. It's good to see you all. So 14 days, right? We've been told this 2 years ago. We've been told this again today. We said, stay at home, flatten the curve. July 4th, if everyone does the right thing, gets their vaccination, we can celebrate our independence. We started school 4 days without masks, and we could actually see the joy on kids' faces. All that went away. The goalpost continues and continues and continues to get moved. And what for? Why is that? You see the spike was on his graph earlier? It's all during mask and increased vaccination rates. This is not working, and it's so illogical and irrational. It just drives me nuts. And Quinn just said it best, and I'd like to do a little demonstration to point out what she's saying, okay? And if everybody will play along, it'd be great. So I want to know how many people in this room have children or somebody that comes to a PHM building every day. Raise your hand. That's it? Okay. Let's leave them up in the air, okay? How many of your children participate in activities outside of school? With other people, okay? How many of you are aware of at least one person you or your children participate in these school activities that have tested positive for COVID since school started? Keep your hands up. All right? Do you always wear a mask at all these activities 100% of the time and to all the participants? Everybody's hand went down. That's the exposure level you're getting outside of school. Governor Holcomb's orders pertain only to school, and it's ridiculous. It's illogical. It's crazy. I don't even know how you can sit there and think that this is following the science. And I hate to even say that because it's patronizing, but you got to get it together, man. We got lawyers on this board. Everybody on this board is so smart. Figure out a way to do it. Elkhart does it. It has to stop. There's one thing we know, okay? All these people that I just said have been exposed, right? There's no possible way the school mask mandates and Holcomb's executive orders keep that out of your building. And it's 7-3. I went to the Penn High School hockey game on Sunday night. There was maybe 2 people in the entire building that had a mask on. Almost 50% of every one of those people came back to your school the next day. Okay? So you can't say that it's just about school because it's not. They bring it in from other places. They don't do it at school. There's every possible way that these mask mandates are causing academic growth decline, creating barriers to learning to read, causing social development to stall across all ages, but most especially in the younger kids. It's created a crisis in mental health across every age of K through 12. And the one thing you got to remember tonight, our students are paying the most severe price, okay? Everybody up here is going to talk to you, whether they're on the side of mask optional or not, what their opinion is.
3 minutes have expired. Thank you, sir.
The only way you can do this is to give everyone their choice and make it optional.
Thanks, Mr. Jones. We appreciate it very much. Erica Ogle? Erica Ogle? Hi there, come on in.
All right, hello, members of the board. I am Erica Ogle. I have a first grader in the Penn school system. Much of what I am going to say at this point, you've already heard, but I'm in marketing and believe in the power of frequency. You all continue to state that we are currently under the governor's executive order, which says to follow the Indiana Department of Health requirements, which states all K through 12 schools are required to implement COVID-19 control measures, including masking, et cetera, et cetera. But let me direct you to something that I found earlier today at faqs.in.gov on the Indiana in.gov website. It's regarding the question, do schools have to require masks? This was updated 1 day ago. Very frequent information, or very recent information, my apologies. Local school authorities are responsible for implementing whatever measures and restrictions are deemed necessary and prudent to address the impact and spread of COVID-19 in their buildings, facilities, and grounds. I'm going to recap what, again, has already been said a little bit, but here's what some of our neighboring schools are doing. My youngest daughter, I have 2 girls. My youngest daughter attends Early Learning Center in Granger, hasn't been masked at all this year, hasn't been quarantined once, and has not had to stay home. We've had COVID. We've been fine. Elkhart Community Schools, you just heard what their system does. Concord Schools is no masking. I'm not sure what their quarantine standards are. Edwardsburg School has not had masks all year. They do not require quarantining. They require you to watch your child's symptoms like any other sickness out there. Middlebury Schools, they decided to go mask-free after the holidays. And Fairfield, down in the Goshen area, has also never been masked this year. So I echo a lot of the parents' questions to the board. Why do we continue to mask our children? My daughter is in 1st grade. I have not seen this school for 2 years. She was robbed of any kindergarten experience. I've only met her teachers virtually. Enough is enough, right? I will add actually too, Carmel Clay Schools, if any of you are familiar with the Carmel, Indiana area, their school system is about 16,000 people. Our school system, based on the numbers I saw online, is about 11,000. They just decided today they're going mask-free, February 22nd. If they can do it and they are in Governor Holcomb's backyard, why can't we? When our kids attend birthday parties, go to Sky Zone and do anything with other kids, not to mention watching events like the Super Bowl yesterday with over 70,000 fans who were maskless, but we tell them they have to wear a mask. You know what that tells them? You're the infected one. It's your job to protect us. You are the risk, not the governor, not the mayor, or the million-dollar athletes and celebrities that we all watched on TV yesterday. My daughter just last week was shocked when she asked her dad, "Hey dad, where do you have to wear a mask?" And he said nowhere. Her heart was broken. As you can imagine, my passion comes from a place of wanting to see my children grow and flourish in a school system that believes in the value of connectedness. I'm short of begging you all to please unmask my child. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bennett. Elizabeth Rutten. Elizabeth Rutten. Elizabeth Rutten. Okay, we'll move on to Christy Witt. Oh.
There's a delay out there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, well, welcome, Elizabeth.
Until the 2nd or 3rd time, I think. Elizabeth Rutten, President Riley, members of the board, and Dr. Thacker. I'm coming to speak to you tonight not only as a parent of a Penn High School senior, but as a nurse for the last 20 years. In August, when you chose to be a mask district, we were given many justifications, especially that the safety of our at-risk children was your top priority. Of course, known evidence was conveniently overlooked. Most importantly, the actual low risk to children. The hospitalization rates for children 19 and under had been and remain extremely low, and no children in St. Joseph or Elkhart counties have died of COVID. You admitted wearing a mask for an entire school day was detrimental to children, and we were assured that children would be given mask breaks throughout the day. With no parental notification, that policy was changed in September via an email communication from Dr. Short to building principals stating there would no longer be scheduled indoor mask breaks. In the months since, mask mandates in many other locations around our community have been dropped. Grocery stores, restaurants, libraries, and other places of business, masks optional. Elkhart, Bago, New Prairie, and many other local districts, masks optionals within not only the state of Indiana, but St. Joe County. On a broader scale, Homestead High School in Fort Wayne has been mask optional throughout the year. Just last week, their board voted unanimously to discontinue quarantining for all asymptomatic close contacts in their school system, acknowledging the common sense thought that children who aren't sick shouldn't be treated as though they are. In contrast to your policy for our children during the school day, masks have been optional for visitors to the school buildings after school and on weekends, both indoors and outdoors. In fact, current advertisements for laser shows at the PHM Planetarium have no mention of a mask requirement. Does COVID only target our children in your buildings during weekday school hours? Other changes since August include vaccines are now available for anyone ages 5 and older if parents decide they should receive them. Both the CDC and WHO have acknowledged that cloth masks are minimally effective at preventing the spread of COVID in the very best of circumstances and ineffective to harmful in less ideal circumstances. They recommend that those who wish to protect themselves from COVID via masking wear well-fitting N95 masks which offer protection independent of others' masking choice, allowing everyone to attend school in person and make the masking choice they feel is appropriate for them. Numbers have declined in our school to the point that Penn High School decided to stop sending out daily emails with the COVID positive numbers, perhaps because the low numbers made interventions being pushed onto our children seem like overreach. Why would our children need masks to avoid being contact traced if there are no COVID cases in the school? How could they be in close contact to a COVID positive person if there are none? We have been repeatedly told since August that Dr. Fox offers these recommendations because he is so concerned for the safety of our community. How ironic then that visitors to the health department offices where he works inside the county facility building are suggested, not required, to wear masks, which I easily confirmed with a phone call to their office. As we raise our children, we teach them that sometimes they will make mistakes based on what they know at the moment. However, it is not okay to see a mistake and not admit it. When we know better, we do better. I implore you, you know better. Do better for our kids.
Your
Don't
3 minutes have expired.
wait
Thank you, ma'am.
now.
Mr. Witt?
Hi, my name is Christy Witt. Dr. Thacker, President Riley, and the board, thank you for letting me speak tonight. So parents have spoken, emailed, called, begged you to free our kids from masks. Your attorney might be telling you you're not breaking any laws, but he forgot to share that only a judge can decide if you are guilty or not. We followed the money trail and what you accepted on the backs of us taxpayers. You promised to mask kids in exchange for that money. Our kids were sold out. The 10th Amendment is your loophole to get out of this contract. This evening, I will serve your treasurer with a letter of intent to file against the surety bonds. You took an oath to protect the Constitution to become a member. The 10th Amendment states federal government has limited power, even if there's a public health emergency. Title 42, 1983, deprivation of rights under color of law has been broken as well. You sold out our kids for millions of dollars. I can't say that enough. We've asked you time after time to follow the Constitution. Some of your experts that you have speak for you and represent you say that it's silly for us to keep talking about the Constitution. The last time I checked, we still live in America. After all, parents need to parent their kids. You completely ignore it with one excuse after another. Mandates are not laws. Masking our children is wrong, especially after the CDC finally admitted masks do not work. You are practicing medicine without a medical license, and you are recommending medical procedures. You're abusing your power and depriving students and faculty of their constitutional rights. You're breaching your fiduciary duty. And you're also violating Title VII of 1964 Civil Rights Act. You're illegally creating or enforcing policies on minors in order to attend school. I apologize to Jerry Hawkins as your treasurer over the board. You all will be served next if you don't cease and desist these draconian measures. Both vaccines and masking are still under the EUA. If someone chooses to wear 2 masks and a face shield, get double vaxxed and a booster, that is their right. We are 2 years into this. We know more. We are seeking recommendations by people who've gotten in trouble for overreach. Holcomb has gotten in trouble for the overreach. Our county health department has gotten in trouble for their overreach. We aren't waiting for some magic color to tell our kids they can breathe free while getting a public education. Please vote tonight to give parents the right to choose if their child should wear a mask or not. We're the parents. This is the notice of intent to file claim on public official bond. And I'm going to present this to Jerry Hawkins tonight, and you guys are next.
Ma'am, you don't have to give it to Mr. Hawkins. You can give it to me.
Okay.
I can accept service of process.
Thank you.
Tracy Coda?
I actually signed up for the wrong one. I meant to put 1-5. I'm sorry, President Riley.
Oh, no problem.
It should be 1-5, not 1-3. Thank you.
We can easily do that. Okay. Aurora Rangel.
President Riley, that's one of our virtual speakers. I have one more in my stack, Mr. Rutten, and I believe he's in person.
Yes, I saw him. Okay, I don't have Mr. Rutten's green. Oh, I do. I'm sorry. Mr. Rutten, I apologize. I inadvertently skipped you. Come on up.
No harm, no foul. Thank you for listening tonight. Wanted to speak quick. I think my son participated in a Mask-Free Friday event last week, a student-led initiative. This caught me by surprise. I didn't think any mass choice initiative would pop up till the springtime. I'm still working through a discussion with him of, well, son, what's next? There's a lot of hesitancy of wearing a mask, and we've talked about this a lot. Masks hinder socializing. They are dirty. They're uncomfortable. They are a nuisance. They just don't work well. These are the reasons why I don't wear a mask, unless, of course, I'm working on a construction project. There's a couple of new reasons why there's hesitancy to wear the mask. Flu season is winding down. Also, the inspiration of the fantastic Canadian trucker protest. Those Canadians, they hardly seem to notice that cold winter weather. I grew up in Minnesota, so I can relate. All this comes down to mask fatigue. It is a depression, a mental health issue. Symptoms of mask fatigue include irritability, increased lethargy, and stunted communication. Other symptoms include increased apathy to school, teachers, and authorities, even parents. Symptoms may be temporary, they may be long-term. Alternate mandates such as partitioning and segregation can cause similar depression. Contact tracing, it tends to punish those who aren't even sick and couldn't spread germs. Let's be clear. Class disruption is not from students who sit maskless in class, but rather from some nagging teachers ignoring signs of mask fatigue and even seeking additional measures. Most teachers are great. They don't do that. I know many doctors are quick to extol public health mandates regardless of individual medical need or benefit. Most doctors are government regulated. They don't get much exposure to the fundamentals of health and well-being. Those suffering from COVID panic, also known as hypochondriacs, they may struggle with anxiety about innate fitness to live robustly. I wonder, are doctors hypochondriacs too? Okay, so next steps. COVID mandates disregarding individual risk seem arbitrary and capricious. They disrespect parents like myself who guide their kids on fundamentals of healthy living.
3 minutes have expired. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rutten. Okay, so we'll go online. Is Aurora Rangel with us?
Allow for the time delay. Aurora, you'll want to unmute yourself. We can see you if you'll begin speaking. It's your turn.
Hello, Aurora.
Hi, I'm Aurora Rangel, 55875 Season Court, Osceola, Indiana. I'm against masks. There are a lot of reasons to be. A single teacher reminds about 10 kids a day, multiple kids 10 times a day to pull up their masks. Some kids can't breathe with masks on during the winter, so they don't go to school. Kids in band have about an hour without a mask on. But the main reason is the fact that we go to school not even 180 full days out of the year. What is wearing masks for not even 7 hours a day for those 180 days do? After school, some kids go to Target, Walmart. Sure, some people wear masks there, but the majority doesn't. What does it do when you don't wear masks for the majority of the year? What are you protecting this? What are you protecting this from? Nothing. This is a lose-lose situation. The teachers have to remind the kids 10 times a day to put up their masks. The kids get annoyed when having to wear them. The parents have to hear about all the bad things that happened that day because of the masks. And it takes you much more work to have to buy disposable masks and supervise kids and staff wearing their masks correctly. You, right here, right now, not in 2 weeks, now, You have the power to change that. You can make this situation by simply making masks optional. If you want to continue wearing masks, that's your choice, but you should have one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura, we appreciate you being with us tonight. Next up, we'll go to John Allen.
I do not see Mr. Allen.
Okay, Mr. Allen, if you still are watching via our live stream, there will be another opportunity for visitors to address the board later in our meeting, and I'll call on you then. Board members, relative to agenda item 13, based on public comment, any additional comments or questions for the administration?
I have something to say. I continue to remain unwavering in my stance on giving teachers, staff, and students the rights over their bodies and personal health care. I understand that my vote is heavily influenced by my personal experience, but that only serves to highlight the fact that this issue is complex and it impacts individuals differently. I have a daughter that has complete unilateral hearing loss, and as a result, she reads and needs amplified sound in the classroom, and both of these accommodations are impossible in the current PHM classroom. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. She is 7 years old, and masks prevent her from interacting well with peers due to the fact that she cannot hear them. She has lost so much valuable instruction time during a foundational learning period the last 2 years, and we didn't even know about her hearing loss until the end of the last school year. So she sat in a classroom for a whole year in a plastic cubicle in kindergarten and didn't hear a thing all day. And because she's adopted, she did not have this birth screening. So she lost a whole another year of hearing English spoken and instruction. The teacher said, we don't know what happened. She completely stopped. When I work with her one-on-one, she's doing fine, but there's something going on I haven't seen before, an experienced teacher who's been teaching for years and years. And that's how we figured that out. So this is super personal to me. And when I took this position on the school board, I was taking it because I said in my interview that I see what the policies we do, what it looks like at the kitchen table. I have 7 children. I'm going to read this because I wanted to respect you guys and stay under 3 minutes like we ask you to do. So, I know she's not the only one that's impacted like this. In 2 months, I will have a total of 6 teenagers. 6. I know you're all jealous. They have lost graduations. They have lost PHM travel opportunities and the money that went with those, sports seasons, college life, kindergarten friends, and so much more. I know they're not the only ones. What worries me the most is the mental health piece for our students. I know each of us has our kind of area that we really see how COVID has impacted our worlds. I see firsthand how difficult this has been on the emotional well-being of many adolescents, including the ones that live in my own home. This is my area of education, and I cannot ignore the psychological impact many of the COVID protocols have placed on youth. I'm worried about the long-term impact of online learning, social media replacing in-person friendships for our teenagers, the health impact of covering faces for years. And I know I'm not the only one. Science is catching up with common sense, and we now have science supporting one-way masking. We continue to lack peer-reviewed support for cloth masking of children. I have heard 2 weeks for 2 years. I don't believe people when they tell me a COVID protocol will be in place for 2 weeks at this point. And I know I'm not the only one. And honestly, I don't care if it's 2 minutes. I will not use the small bit of authority I hold in our schools and community to dictate forced cloth masking of students, staff, or teachers. And when last time we made this vote, we had a different board than we have now. And I know that these guys are really committed to listening to what you have to say. And I'm hoping tonight that we are able to demonstrate that we're listening.
Yes, I got a question. This would be somewhat of a compromise. The minute we got out of the red, masks would go optional. To me, that makes sense to both sides.
Members of the public, please. Gave you an opportunity to address the board. Let the board members communicate with one another. Uninterrupted.
So I don't know what the rest of the board thinks about it.
Well, the
but it isn't
recommendation,
even legal.
the recommendation before the board is that masks would be optional right after the governor's order expires, so long as we're not in red.
And mine wouldn't include the governor's order. If we got out of red, we go mask optional.
I would be interested in that same proposal, whichever comes first, the governor order or the level drops to orange.
I would like to see us go mask optional tomorrow.
Yes.
So if the numbers were to change on Wednesday, we would, under Mr. Beeler's concept, which is kind of, as I was listening tonight, where I was tracking, of the current proposal being March 5th versus if on Wednesday those numbers are out of the red, then it would be as Mr. McCullough said, whichever comes first. It would be either March 5th or theoretically as early as Wednesday, or I know maybe not a lot of people would like to hear that, or it might be the Wednesday after that, but that would still be before March 5th. I would be open to a concept along those lines.
Dr. Thacker?
Well, I always like to smile. Actually, I love not wearing a mask. You know, the major driver for us has always been, how do we keep the kids in school? Okay,
Could we go to-
we've never debated what the science issue. Ours is always, let's follow this, make sure we keep the kids in school. So certainly, you know, as we're looking at options, as long as we can make sure we keep the kids in school, and remember, this is a great community. We have great parents who are supportive of their kids. When we're gonna have some disagreements, but you know, the kids excel here, and the parents are a key part of that. You know, I don't have reservations about moving forward. We actually are positive that the decline in the number of cases is dropping precipitously. So I'm positive it's going to be changing quickly. And, you know, we're just going to make sure that whatever we do with regard to to keeping the kids safe, right? Anything we can do to make sure that we keep the kids safe. So if we're saying, if your children are sick, keep them home, right? If the children, you know, monitoring health, making sure you're working in concert with us, I have no reservations about moving forward with something that's a mask optional when it's not in red.
So if the if the recommendation were amended by the board and approved by a majority of the board, the administration is saying that the administration could implement the amended approved recommendation.
Yes, what we would probably like to have is at least a day to communicate with our personnel. So they could.
You did it at midnight last time.
Yeah.
Wait, guys.
Sorry,
Guys, just
sorry.
Let's wait. Let's get something straight. We're trying to listen to the public. We're now having a conversation between ourselves and the administration where we're actually working on being a little bit flexible in response to some of the comments that you've made. Let us have that opportunity, please. We need to be able to communicate with each other without interruption.
So Dr. Thacker, to the question of timing, the numbers usually come out around noon on a Wednesday. So by noon this Wednesday, you would know if we're orange, which is what is kind of being proposed. Would that provide enough time to communicate so that folks would know on Thursday what that situation would look like?
Yes, we could have people anticipate. See, what we want is a smooth transition so that the students are walking into a school, but they're not perceived as having a violation. We want it to be a smooth transition. So there is a difference. And I'm confident that we'll be successful. I think that the numbers that we're starting to look at PHM continue to decline. I'm really very, very confident. And I'm happy to make that recommendation.
Is the
I'm sorry.
is the amendment to the recommendation based on Indiana Department of Health metrics or St. Joe County metrics?
The state metrics is what we've been on.
I just want to be clear because we're gonna have to put this in writing. Ms. Roach?
So I'm open to this plan for two reasons. I do think it's data driven. When we look both at the color coded system that we've been consistent about, I think it's probably going to go to orange on Wednesday too. And also when we look at our internal numbers, the amount of positivities that we had this week and last were often, less than 5. When you look at 11,000 plus students, that is a very significant data point for us. So I just want to say that I'm the reason I'm open to this is I think it's an evidence-based decision. But I do have one important question, and I think we might need Mr. Johnson to weigh in on this. It doesn't. I'm probably not going to get an answer before I vote, but I'm just curious because we all, when we took our oath of office, swore to uphold the laws of Indiana. So I don't know what other districts are doing, but I'd like Mr. Johnson just to make sure that this statute here about following control measures, we need to understand what are those control measures. Now, hopefully, if there's less than, what was it today? It was like 3 kids at Penn High School, right?
I don't have those numbers.
It was exceedingly low. That cannot mean a lot of contact tracing and quarantining, but again, for any kid that might have to be, that is very impactful in his or her life. So I just want to make sure that we get some legal analysis that means that this would mean that we would have to start sending more kids home. I'm hopeful that it doesn't, but we need our attorney to opine.
Yes, three close contacts at Penn today.
3. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ms. Roach, was that a question that you were specifically directing?
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, let's just make sure that we're not statutorily bound through this to send more kids home if we make this decision. But I know I'm prepared to make the decision right now. I just think this is an outstanding question we need to wrestle with.
As the board is deciding on the vote, I'd like for you to remember something that's a new data point. We've run vaccine clinics throughout our school district for a number of times. We've had testing sites. We've done that because we're trying to keep all the kids safe. Right now, the majority of the students in PHM who would be 12 and above have been, the majority of our employees have been vaccinated. And probably the majority of the adults have been boosted. So in addition to flu shots. So as we look at the metric, when we came into the situation, we had a different metric in the sense that no children had vaccinations. Now we have lots of people. And 100% of the students and the adults who wanted to be vaccinated had that opportunity. So I think that the numbers are coming in the right place. And
that's been my frustration is we're using the data on St. Joe County as a whole, which is at, don't quote me, 55% vaccinated. And I feel like Penn has done our part. I mean, we're vaccinated, we're doing the clinics and all that, yet we're still held to the standard of, the rest of the county. And that's where I feel very comfortable in removing masks.
Ms. Roach, was there a legal question that you wanted answered by Mr. Johnson?
I don't think I'm probably going to get an answer before I take a vote, but
Okay.
I would like Mr. Johnson. This is State Health Commissioner's Order CO-21-01. So I'm prepared to vote without this, but I do think it's something that we need to be minimally aware of.
Fair enough. I have in my notes that the effective date would be Thursday, February the 17th. Did I understand that correctly?
I just want to make
one more.
I just need an answer to that question first. February the 17th?
Yes, that way we'll
Thursday.
have the information relative to it actually changing.
Okay.
Okay, and then.
Can I-
and then we can
I
do it.
guess it's a
Wait, wait,
contingent to whether we go out of red. That's basically.
Yeah, it's just going out
the-
of red.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
trying to
Anything out of
narrow
red.
down the effective date so that if we're not in red, we have a date.
Reasonable effective date would be the 17th.
I thought I heard somebody, was that you,
Yeah.
Mr. Garrett?
It was me, if I could.
Johnson.
Yeah, and I just want to caution that I don't think we want to be in a, I'm glad this is being planned out the way it's being planned out. I don't think we want to be in the position where we're telling first graders or kindergartners as they're coming off a bus wearing masks that, hey, you don't have to wear a mask anymore. I think it's something that when we implement mask optional, remember it's mask optional, that should be with enough notice to the families so they can make the decision with their children as to what they want their children to do, as opposed to having a first grader arrive at the school with a mask on and, make the decision herself or himself to take it off because the principal says you don't have to wear it. So I want to emphasize, I think it's important, and I think you're going down that path exactly correctly, that there be enough notice so that the decision as to whether or not someone's student is going to wear a mask or not wear a mask is one that's made in collaboration with the parents of that particular student.
Go ahead, Ms. Gates.
That addresses, and I respectfully disagree, like with the transition plan, we had no trouble, this board, after midnight, telling people they had to show up with something new, whether or not that was a decision their parents wanted. They were required to have it the next day. We had some to give to them. Yeah, sure did. That on the box said was not specifically for that. So I am very confused by the argument that says we need a transition period to take something off we already have, but we didn't need a transition period to come up with something. Yeah.
Well, my comment.
You have to be living under a rock not to know like that masks are a little bit debatable at the current moment. So our parents can write a note, have that conversation with their kids, but to be talking about parent choice in regards to keeping masks on kids is a hard argument to make. And I would love to see, I love that our new board members brought up PHM metrics. Exactly, because PHM is not in the red. We're not in the red. So that's another reason why we should give parents a choice. And once again, we are not telling anyone they cannot wear a mask, 2 masks, an N95. We're just saying, if you have a child like mine, she can actually maybe hear her teacher who might want to teach kindergarten without a mask on. Yes. Or a child like mine that has to sit in the back of the classroom. Yes.
So I'd also mention related to transition plan, if that related to communication, right? We would know Wednesday at noon, theoretically. We have text messaging, we have district communication that could be leveraged to make sure that every parent knew by 4:30 on Wednesday that tomorrow, Thursday the 17th, would be optional. I mean, we would have, I don't know that we're able to cancel school the night before or the day of and communicate with all of our parents. So I think we're able to let them know. And I think about the things that have changed in September, right? The availability and actual even being able to have a vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds, right? The availability and better availability of N95s. There are a lot of ways that if you are, risk adverse of where things are at with COVID, that you have a lot of options available to you to make that choice. And if your choice is that you're not wanting to mask, that it was ultimately your choice, and that there are a lot of other safeguards that are in place. And so, I think that if we're thinking of something, I don't like that we're red right now. If we were orange tonight, I would think differently. We're red right now, but I think by Wednesday, that data will be different, and I would have a comfortability of if it's orange on Wednesday or the executive order, whichever one comes first.
Okay.
May I chip in here? First of all, if the metric doesn't come out until Wednesday, if let's suppose we're still red on Wednesday, or St. Joe County is still red on Wednesday, does that mean we won't know again until the following Wednesday? I mean, is it just a once a week deal? So if we go past Wednesday, then we're stuck with another week. Whereas, as Angie said before, PHM is not red. If we just take the PHM metrics, we can almost guarantee that we're going to be in the orange or the blue or whatever. It won't be red. You know, that's what we should be doing anyway. So along with thinking that we should take a vote tonight to get rid of the mask requirement, make it optional tonight, starting tomorrow, we should also, going forward, change our metrics to use only PHM, and either do it as a PHM as a corporation or per building, so that we are actually comparing what PHM is doing. You know, we can't control what people in the rest of the county do, but if we do just our school, you get a great incentive for the kids to do the right thing, to do the metrics, to be healthy, to not spread the disease, because if they do, then they have a chance of not being able to come back to school. You know, they have ownership. Right now, we're subject to what St. Joe County does. We should just be subject to what PHM does. So that's my recommendation, is that we vote tonight to make mask optional starting immediately. And secondly, that going forward, we don't use county metrics or metrics suggested by the county. We use our own, and we come up with our own system that reflects more what PHM is and not how we mix in with the rest of the county or the state. Thank
you. I think we can form a consensus around, as long as we're not in red. I don't know. We are in red. St. Joseph County is in red. I think we can form a consensus around adopting this amended resolution if we're not in red. Board members, any input around ditching the Indiana Department of Health metric altogether?
The only question I have is, last week the data was delayed several days.
And not even.
I mean, our data, which is what we've all been kicking around for 2 years, is science and data, says we as a community are in orange based upon our school numbers. When you look at the percentages, I mean, I propose that I'm a very patient person. 2 more days is going to kill my kids, but it's 2 more days. I propose that Thursday is just the day based upon our metrics, and it's a compromise. That's just where I'm at. And I hate to muddy the waters anymore, because I thought we were getting somewhere, but despite the county, because if they delay the data, then we're another week. And
I could support that.
Okay, I just want to be clear about what you're saying that you can support.
I can support, I mean, I think like, that we're gonna go orange Wednesday. But if we don't, he's saying if we don't, why we would do it anyhow on this coming Thursday.
So then basically then it would be, we are going mask optional Thursday, February the 17th, period.
That's what I think.
Based upon our current school data.
Any other board input?
Is there any reason for Thursday over now?
Right, exactly.
I'm just glad it's not March 4th.
I think all of us on this board have followed very closely our daily reports, especially over the last 2 weeks. I don't know if it's fair to say, I don't know what it means to say we're in orange internally. I just think our internal numbers are beautifully low. They are now to be counted on one's fingers. So I think our teachers deserve a little bit of time and our building principals deserve a little bit of time to kind of get their processes in place. For example, if you are a parent that is immunocompromised or whatever, super important that your kid is wearing an N95. I think the teachers need to know this so that the teachers can enforce that. I mean, the teachers have to figure out what kids have to be in masks. And I feel like if this is a decision that happens tomorrow morning, those are going to be difficult conversations, communication lines. I would be open to what Mr. McCullough suggested.
Obviously, we don't make this decision in a bubble. We have community partners. We have corporation partners. The recommendation that you made was a recommendation that took into consideration what you had received, the input you had received from our teachers. This is a substantially revised recommendation. What can you say about how our teachers would receive this?
I think we have to make sure that the teachers have advance notice so that they can make whatever preparations they need to, so it's a smooth transition, so that the kids can have a great learning experience. And so any kind of protocols they need to put in place, they would need adequate, I think, a little bit of a transitional period. And I think that the notion of when we're saying looking at the metrics on regardless of the color, if we had that much time, we could help the transition with our teachers.
So Thursday.
I was thinking, wouldn't it be neat if our teachers got to make those same videos we're seeing all around the world tomorrow for the parents who didn't know? I do like that we are being leaders in the community, because I've had calls from other school board members in our community we have schools that are having the same discussion Wednesday night, and they said, please lead you. Like, we were the first ones to put stuff in place. So I'm glad. Thank you for having this conversation. I like to see us leading well.
Do you have the roll call ready?
Can we re-articulate what we're voting on?
Yes, I'm going to read it.
Okay, I have the roll call ready.
The amended proposed policy. Masks shall be optional at all Penn-Harris-Madison schools starting Thursday, February the 17th, 2022. Period.
I so move.
Is there a second?
A second.
Right now, we are voting on the motion to amend the recommendation. We're gonna have to come back and vote on the amended recommendation itself. So a motion on we have Mr. Beeler is moving to amend. Mr. McCullough is seconding it.
Okay. Mr. Beeler, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote? Nay. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Turnwald, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote?
Mrs. Roach?
Mrs. Rhodes, how do you vote?
Aye.
We'll show that the motion to amend passed by a vote of 6-1. Now on the amended recommendation. The recommendation is masks shall be optional masks shall be optional at all Penn-Harris-Madison schools starting Thursday, February the 17th, 2022. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Wait a minute, before, I have a question. Does this mean that is this going to be it? Is there going to be any motions about changing the metrics from the county to PHM only? Can that be involved as well? I'd like to have a vote on that.
I think we dropped the metrics.
We're just saying.
There's no metrics involved? I'm
Now,
good with
this
that.
motion don't include any metrics.
No metrics.
So it's going forward then, it's just mask optional and then regular school starting on Thursday.
Yeah, I'll say it again, just so it's clear. This concisely stated is the new recommendation that we are voting on. Masks shall be optional, all Penn-Harris-Madison schools starting Thursday, February the 17th, 2022, period.
And everything else in that proposal that Dr. Thacker had earlier is no longer in play.
I think everything else is accelerated because what we had in there were also recommendations for removing plexiglass. There were a lot of recommendations in there. I think in fairness to the administration, we have to give the administration and our building administrators time to work on that, but I don't think it's ditched. I think it's accelerated.
Right, that's fine. I'm just talking about the going with the metrics, the county metrics, and whatever the county says, whatever the numbers are there and the colors. I've said that's no longer in play. We're just no more mask requirement. Period.
We had a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Mr. Beeler, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Still looking for a clarification. I mean, I know I'm a long way away, but all I want to know is this. Again, one more time. No more county metrics involved in what we do at PHM as far as masks. Just
Mr. Garrett, I'll repeat to you a second time.
Thank
this amended recommendation that now has been approved and advanced for a final vote does not include metrics at all.
Right. So is there going to be any more to that? I mean, you said there's a part of it that's still in play, you know, like the plastics and all that stuff. Is that, my point is this, are we just voting for the one part of the plan or the whole plan?
We are voting on making masks optional starting on February the 17th. The plan, as you heard, also included a timeline by which plexiglass would be moved from the cafeterias. There were a couple other social distancing protocols that were in the plan that now their removal will be accelerated.
Okay.
But in fairness to the administration, I don't think that we should require that by Thursday, February the 17th.
Yeah, I got you on that. All I'm saying is I don't want there to be a misunderstanding, especially on my part, that, well, we can come back. If it goes back into red, we go back to masks. So no matter what, 2 weeks from now, if we go back to red, we're not going back to masks. That's what I want.
In red, Jim.
All right, I think it's clear that we don't have metrics tied to this proposals. Is there a second?
Right. I'm just skeptical, that's all.
We're
already seconded.
We're already voting.
So
Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
the motion to amend has been approved 6-1. We are now on the amended motion.
And there was a first, a second, and Mr. Beeler already
Mr.
voted.
Beeler said aye. Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote?
I just want to say to the kids who spoke tonight, Ivy, the Brandys, like, we are listening. This board is listening to you guys. And I know that I said I would not, that I didn't care if it was 2 minutes, but I am so thankful for every person sitting up here that you listened to me tonight and that you've been like, I've been losing so much sleep over this, like waking up at night thinking about what do I say to like show them what it looks like in my house. And I just like, so I just want to thank you and
Aye. Okay. Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Turnwald, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Roche, how do you vote?
Aye.
We'll show that the motion is approved unanimously.
Mr. Riley, can I ask administration to make sure to really think through how parents can communicate that want their children to remain masked, how we get that to teachers in a way that's, you know, honoring the concerns of those parents. Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
I'd also ask that things like principal may approve volunteers or visitors for lunch, that when we send out an email, that we give folks a clear understanding of when that will be, so it's handled consistently, and that, you know, folks know what to expect and when to expect it.
It's gonna look a little bit different in every building, again, depending on
Sure.
when we can get.
But if
their,
those principals are each communicating and their s'mores and those things, families in those buildings will know.
Start volunteers at elementary. They need it. Those teachers need it.
You know, I hope that our students are still watching before we move on to the next item, because no matter what you've been told, students, you may have been told that they already know what they're going to do. They're not listening to us. They don't care. The decision's already been made. I hope tonight proves to you what representative democracy is all about and what can happen when a community of people get together in a very respectful, professional, dignified way, share ideas, because minds can change. And I think this is why Penn-Harris-Madison is and continues to be a leader, not just in our community, but in our region, in our state, because we've proven tonight that all of us can come to the table with differing ideas and be respectful in the way that we exchange with one another, and ultimately come up with something that is a good compromise that I think people can feel good about. So students, if you're still watching, run for school board someday, especially those of you who are already engaged in coming to school board meetings at the ripe old age of 3rd grade. Let's move on. Instructional materials, Dr. Thacker.
Okay, thank you, President Riley, Board of Trustees, and happy people in the audience. I like seeing those smiles. I knew it could happen, so thank you. Okay, we have.
Take your mask off.
I want you to know, instructional materials and such, we're well aware of issues that exist, and we're going to go through a process. You're going to hear about some things that we're trying to go through, and we're going to do some things collaboratively. Okay, so as you work with us, good things can happen. Dr. Short.
Thank you, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, members of the board. I'm happy to chat with you tonight and share some additional information about curricular materials. And while the first presentation this evening with Dr. Soto Kyle and Mrs. Russell explained the process that we used this year for what a full adoption would look like, tonight I'm just going to talk to you a little bit more about kind of an ongoing process that happens on a very regular basis with our PLCs in our buildings, as well as our principals in our buildings and curriculum teams. So we begin with what is currently in place, which is Board Policy 9130, and that does outline the process that's to be followed in case there are suggestions or concerns related to any instructional materials. I'm going to come back to that in a little while because we do have a Google form that we're going to share with you later this evening. But that process does begin with the building principal when a parent would contact and reach out, and then would conclude with potential board action for removal. So when we talk about the ongoing work, we do begin our curriculum work with the Indiana Academic State Standards and a review of our current student performance data. So as you all know, we sit in a high-performing district, and part of the reason is that we have teachers who are constantly revamping and looking to see. And when I look at our AP data and our different results that come through, I think it shows time and time again that we outperform not only in the state, but at the national level as well. And that's because they pay very close attention to what those end mastery standards are and look like. So we do work to have a vertical progression that ensures the opportunity to prioritize all learning goals for all students. And then the curriculum dialogue is ongoing. Conversation transpires in collaborative professional conversations, similar to what we witnessed this evening. I did provide one sample from the Indiana Department of Education. So this is a guiding principle for 9th through 12th grade English language arts. So this is taken verbatim from the Indiana Academic Standards. And this is when our English teachers at Penn High School get together to talk about curriculum documents and what they're going to utilize as resources. This is where they would start that conversation. So wide range of fiction, nonfiction, classic, contemporary, to build an understanding of texts,
cultures of the United States and the world, acquiring new information, responding to the needs and demands of society and the workplace. Students apply a wide range of strategies to comprehend, interpret, evaluate, and appreciate text, read a wide range of literature from many genres, and a variety of time periods and cultures from around the world to build an understanding of the many dimensions, philosophical, ethical, aesthetic, of the human experience. They draw on prior experience, their interactions with other readers and writers, and reading skills that they develop and refine over time. So I just give you that as a snapshot. As you are well aware, every single grade level is, given a list of standards at each grade, and it talks specifically for every content area, but then within each content area, there are standards for mastery. And just to remind everyone, the Indiana academic standards are written as year-end mastery goals. So then when we talk about the process input, we begin with any new legislation and guidance from the Indiana Department of Education. So if and when things are changed for Indiana code, we follow those guidelines first. The Indiana Department of Education then updates any standards that would need tweaked, and then we follow that as the guiding post. And then we work with teachers and PLC to alter existing curriculum resources, and then coincide choices with change, and then post materials or framework documents and syllabi to share with student guardians as the year begins. So for example, those of you that have a student in 6th through 12th grade, within your Canvas login at the beginning of the year, you can see a syllabus that lists the primary academic standards that will be addressed and the resources that they are going to be used as we move through. That said, we are interested in feedback from those who'd like to share opinions related to students' educational materials. So we did create a Google form that was based directly on Board Policy 9130 that will be housed on all of our individual school web pages tomorrow, just to make it a little bit simpler of a process for people. And if and when a parent fills that out, it will be routed directly to the building principal. Building principal will start with a phone conversation to find out what exactly is needed and where the parent is, and we'll look for some feedback that way, and then take to building committees as they're starting to look at revamping curriculum maps and documents and selection. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a review of how we go ahead and talk through what the process is and how our teachers work together in professional learning communities to make sure that we're constantly revising what our curriculum looks like and how we utilize really good first-person resources, and as well as things that will continue to help our students be prepared as they are taking mastery exams that promote either college or career readiness. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I got one question. Does the Indiana Department of Ed suggest a group of books that they are to use within the English?
So within some of the standards, they give some example, they cite example novels, but they don't recommend novels, or they don't mandate novels that have to be tested or taught, so to speak. But when I think about AP, Lang and Lit courses at the high school, they do give a list of all of the books that have been used over the past several years, where the open-ended essays may come from. So students being provided that list does not mean certainly that they need to read every book on that list, but the teachers are trying to make sure that they're successful on the AP exams. So in order for them to do that, they provide a full list of the books that have been utilized or referenced over time on that exam. So no, the Department of Education does not mandate novels that go with each grade level.
They do suggest so.
There are some that are suggested within a standard, for an example.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? I appreciate Dr. Short. I appreciate the first slide or second slide where you talk about this is something that is going to be an ongoing conversation. Obviously, the board is interested in light of recent events in learning more about exactly how certain instructional materials are selected to make sure that everything, of course, is age appropriate for our students. We appreciate your feedback to the board tonight. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is hearing of the visitors. And we do have a number of visitors who have asked to speak to the board. So I will read this disclaimer first. At regular meetings, the public is invited to address the board on general topics under the hearing of visitors without registering. A time limit of 3 minutes shall be enforced for persons wishing to speak during the hearing of visitors. Our board attorney, Jeff Johnson, will keep time and will alert you as time is expiring. It is requested that names and addresses be stated at the beginning of such comments unless the presenter is a student. Individuals may speak only once during this section of the agenda. Personnel issues are absolutely not to be addressed during open sessions of the board. Concerns about individual employees of the district should be brought to the superintendent or his designee. The board does not respond to questions or comments posed during the hearing of visitors. Mr. John Allen, if you're still watching via our YouTube live stream, we missed you the first time around when you wanted to speak on item 13.01. If you're still watching us, we'd like to have you.
He is not online at this point.
Okay, well, Mr. Allen, hopefully you'll be able to join us at an upcoming Penn-Harris-Madison School Board meeting. We look forward to seeing you again. Meanwhile, Tracy Coda.
Let's narrow it down a little bit since the whole masking. Good evening, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, and board members. First, I'd like to say I 100% stand with our teachers. Between myself and my husband, we have 7 children who have graduated from Penn. In January, my 8th grade student was given a poetry assignment where students could pick one of 6 things to write about. One was sexual orientation. It took 2 days for the teacher to respond to an email questioning this. He then used the excuse that he didn't know about the Penn-Harris-Madison policy and state codes making this illegal. This is why I come and address the board, not because I'm a terrorist, simply because incidents like this should not be happening in a school district that is one of the best in the state. This is grooming. The matter has been handled, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place. We have the teachers union president blaming parents for the burdens on teachers. I seen an email. She is wrong. It is you, the board administrators, putting the burdens on them. I would remind the union president that parents do not choose curriculum or accept ESSER funds, choosing monies over actual health or well-being of our children. Maybe if we took all the SRT or the CRT infused SEL and math out of our school, we wouldn't need the reading and math interventionists that we have. We have played pandemic for 2 years now. It's time for you to stop playing politics and shaming parents for speaking out on behalf of our children. As a member of the Strengthen Our Schools group, I was appalled at a last-minute 10-minute speech given by a board member. No one in the SOS group would have done any of the things that she accused us of doing. Anyone can search the internet and find the trails that you all leave behind. The FOIAs parents have used to get to the bottom of all the nonsense have been eye-opening, to say the least. We hear you say CRT isn't taught at Penn-Harris-Madison. The FOIAs have proven otherwise. Lastly, we aren't trying to ban books. If I choose to give my child questionable material, that is on me, not for you or a teacher to decide. Parental consent is not hard to implement, and it's not wrong for parents to request it. It really doesn't matter what they hear in the halls or on TikTok. It's the fact that inappropriate material shouldn't be available without consent from public servants. I want to say again, I love teachers. All 4 of my children had Mrs. Tibbetts at Moran. She left lasting impacts on all of them, starting with my 34-year-old son. I'm just asking Penn-Harris-Madison to do better. I'd like you to bring back the Miss Tibbetts style of teaching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Coon. Anastasia Glassburn, we'll call you back for the hearing of visitors.
I'm sorry, President Riley. Pursuant to
Yes.
board policy, an individual may only address the board once per meeting.
It's once per section. Yes, she spoke directly on section 13, but now she's coming back for the general hearing of visitors. It's once per section. Okay, Mrs. Glassburn.
Teachers, this message is for you. No matter what the administration or school board members might tell you, our group of parents are actually completely on your side. We have strength in numbers, and we should be joining together to fight to take education back. to fight to return to an education that actually educates children in a classroom and that allows our great teachers to simply teach and nothing more. Teachers, I hear you say all the time, you want less work. We want less work for you. However, the policies that you are bound to are coming from your administration and your school board, unions, and sometimes even the state. These policies were never put in place by parents. Parents would love nothing more than to see them all go away so you can return to the rigor and excellence in your classrooms. School board members, teachers are overwhelmed by your policies. Your obsessive need to force teachers to stop teaching algebra so they can teach social emotional learning. Policies that require teachers address all of the real, perhaps potential trauma of kids. Policies that are now requiring teachers to be teachers, psychologists, and even parent. Roles they have taken in our children's lives that we did not consent to, thanks to your policies. And rest assured, Miss Roach has a dream, an 11-minute self-righteous monologue using master manipulation to lay the groundwork for teachers who are distraught to now place the blame on parents. But one thing she left out was that this discourse is a result of your resolutions that brought CRT praxis into our children's classroom. Miss Roach, did you ever consult any teachers who might agree with us? What about the teachers who are not at all afraid of talking about Martin Luther King Jr. to their students, but instead are so deeply afraid of speaking against PHM because they are fearful for their jobs and livelihoods? Do the fears of those teachers matter to you? You don't represent all teachers. You wrote an entire op-ed on removing politics from school boards and then spoke for 11 minutes on the importance of politics in education. We see what is happening here. It's really easy to pin teachers against parents and parents against teachers when the power and authority that sits before us, that reigns over them, is scared that they might be losing control. You've crafted this narrative, all the while pulling the strings like master puppeteers. So teachers, we are asking you to strengthen our school district with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Spencer. Ben Dallas? Okay, we'll move on for Mr. Dallas. Laura Brzezinski.
Hello again. I got back some FOIAs, Laura Rosinski. I had FOIA'd a consultant for PHM, Mr. Michael Patton. I was shocked actually to get back the amount of money that we paid for him. We paid him $7,000 since 2019. And I was most shocked that it was to sit on the SAC. I don't remember a paid consultant being on our SAC. That was not what was described. It was administration, staff, teachers, parents, and community members. Imagine my surprise to see $300 every single meeting for him to give consulting services for diversity. We paid him $1,000 for an implicit bias thing for our leadership. We paid $2,400 for SEL. Now, a lot of this was done after we hired Mr. White. So why are we hiring a DEI officer at a 6-figure salary and then continue to pay a diversity consultant to sit on our SAC? Sometimes he did presentations with Mr. White. So what is he consulting for? What was his purpose? We hired a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. Did he know his job when we hired him? Are we consulting with that? I don't understand what I'm looking at exactly as to why we decided to continue with the services. And it doesn't look like with the FOIAs that we got for emails, it looks like he was invited to be on the SAC. It doesn't look like he ever had to apply like the rest of the parents or community members. In fact, he was invited back again in 2020 by Dr. Sears. No mention of the payment made in that when she invited him back, just like, we just want you back. It looks like he was invited again for the steering committee. He was an ad hoc member in 2019. He was a superintendent council, appointed council in 2020, 21 for that school district, for that school time. And he was, I don't know if he's on the steering committee this time. I just got back that he was invited. I don't know that we're paying him because my FOIA did not cover for that, for the steering committee this year. So I'm curious, how are we doing this? The SAC was supposed to be for parents to give input. to work with the administration. There was no mention of a paid consultant. Who are you going to believe? Who are you going to listen to? A paid consultant that has a vested interest in finding the problem to continue his consultant business. I see that he incorporated his LLC 3 months before we started paying him. Does that concern anybody? Or he got his, he filed his papers for that. I'm concerned about that. Was he on the SAC, saw a job opportunity and pitched it? I know you serve on IB
3
Tech
minutes
with
have expired. Thank you, ma'am.
Tina Patton. I'm concerned.
Okay, we'll move on to Melanie Palmer. Melanie Palmer. Hi, Melanie.
Hi there. We're going to do a little mood shift if we can. Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to express myself. I'm not generally known for succinctness, but I will do my best to keep my comments brief. So, my name is Melanie Palmer. I reside at 51380 Coveside Drive, and I'm a parent of twin juniors at Penn High School. It seems of late that the teaching profession and education in general has been under attack, and so on Valentine's Day, it felt particularly appropriate to spend my time sharing my gratitude and appreciation for the educators and administrators within the PHM school system. First of all, to the members of the board, thank you for continuing to serve in what has at times certainly seemed like a thankless job. To you and our administrators, we are so grateful for the decisions and efforts you have made that have kept our schools open this year. To the teachers and staff that interact with our children daily, thank you is not enough. The grace and equanimity you have shown through challenge after challenge in the past 2 years has been nothing short of exemplary. You have adapted teaching styles and lesson plans countless times while still focusing on your students. The resilience and flexibility you have modeled while under enormous stress has set a standard for which your students can be inspired and strive to match. My own children, while good students, have struggled with motivation at times over the past 2 years, but in every case where they stumbled, they were met with kindness, adaptability, and clear expectations on what to do to meet their potential. Their teachers went above and beyond to ensure that they were achieving not only what they should, but more importantly, what they could. As the child of educators myself, I know something of the personal time teachers spend and how much every one of their students occupy their thoughts and motivations long after the bell rings. It is a great comfort to know that teachers too are interested in our children and their growth. Nothing else has the impact on society and the future of a nation like education does, and I, for one, am truly grateful that we are blessed with the highly skilled and caring employees of PHM who strive to enlighten, expand perspectives, and develop critical thinking skills in every student. I thank you for all you do. Good evening.
We thank you, Mrs. Palmer. That was very, very well said. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for your very kind words. Thanks for all you do as well.
My pleasure.
Matt Chaffee.
Matt Chaffee, Hellebrook Drive, graduate of Penn in 2014. I had a prepared statement that I was going to make tonight on some other issues, but in light of what took place tonight, I'll save that for another time. Just want to say what a great life lesson. Those students came in and spoke. Great courage by them that they had the willingness to come in and speak. And just want to salute to them and salute everyone that's spoken here and out there tonight. It's awesome to see the compromise that took place with our community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaffee. Appreciate it. We'll go online for Erica Haar. And then next up is Zach Schaefer. So Erica Haar, if you're still with us, go ahead and click the Google link.
President Riley, I'll say Zach Schaefer is on and ready to be admitted. I don't see Erica at this time.
I beg your pardon.
I do have Zach Schaefer online and ready to.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer.
And now Erica just logged in. I'll leave it to you who you want to take first.
Well, I just called Mr. Schaefer. We'll come back to Erica. Erica, hang on with us just for a moment, and we'll welcome in Zach Schaefer.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great. The floor is yours, Mr. Schaefer. Welcome.
All right, thank you, President Riley. Dr. Thacker, members of the board, just wanted to, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to address all of you this evening. By way of introduction, my name is Zach Schaefer. My wife, Veronica, and I have lived in Granger for almost 13 years now. We are the proud parents of 5 children. 4 of them are school age and enrolled in PHM schools. We have a sophomore at Penn, 7th grader at Discovery, and then 2 students at North Point. My purpose in speaking to all of you tonight really is straightforward and simple, and that's just to say thank you. I've seen a lot of, I think all of us have seen a lot of contention and conflict in the community, and seen that show up here in these meetings and over politically charged topics. And it's not an easy thing to sort of sort through these issues. Public health guidance, discussion of our country's history. There's a lot of what happens here that it feels like it's being treated as talking points, and it's really divorced from the reality of the world that our kids are growing up in now. And the pandemic has changed things in ways that are substantial and have made things difficult for children. But I'm really proud of what PHM has done throughout the pandemic. I thank all of you for standing strong through what's been a really challenging time. The pandemic isn't over. We have continuing challenges, but I don't know how often you hear that parents support support all of your time and effort to do what you can to keep our kids safe, to ignore really a lot of noise and focus on science-based and evidence-based decision making. So thank you for that. And then I want to end by thanking our teachers. Our oldest son began kindergarten in 2011. We've had we've been part of the district then, I guess, since 11 years now. And without fail, we have had amazing teachers, and they have all had significant positive impacts on our children's lives. These teachers are going beyond the call of duty to engage students. They are answering emails at odd hours, using their own money to support their classrooms, sending postcards to their students when they are on vacation. It's really amazing. COVID disrupted graduations, we have them in a parking lot. These teachers are phenomenal professionals. They're dedicated educators. They're role models for our children and really just fantastic human beings. And so, again, I'll end by just saying thank you. I don't think we say it enough as parents, but thank you to the PHM teachers. Thank you for all you do. And most importantly, just thank you for being you. And thanks for hearing me tonight.
And thank you, Mr. Schaefer. We really appreciate that. Very kind words. I'm sure our teachers appreciate it too. Thanks for spending Valentine's night with us. We appreciate you. Move on to Erica Haar. Hello, Erica.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
Great. I just wanted to come on and thank all the teachers, administrators, staff, school board members, and other volunteers of our school. As a former teacher, I know that teaching is not easy even under normal circumstances, and I just want to let everybody know that they don't go unnoticed or underappreciated. They work extra hard, not just with the normal difficulties associated with teaching, but with things that we had never imagined. Their heroic efforts and adaptability in the ever-changing COVID scene has been directly tied to our success as a district and has kept many of our students in school for the whole year. They have handled new technology and everything thrown at them with grace. They've had creative lessons to keep kids engaged with so much else happening in the world. They've had to deal with hardships, focusing learning gaps, contact tracing, quarantines, and so many other issues this year. And I just want them to all know how appreciated they are. They've had to teach double classes between virtual and in-person students, something that as a former teacher, I can't even imagine having to do. They've kept our kids learning and they've kept them motivated. Our kids just don't want to go to school, but they're actually excited and they love school. My kids cannot wait to go to school every day. They love their teachers so much. They haven't just taught our kids, but they've taught our kids to thrive. They've continued to show up with a positive attitude and even a smile. They provided consistency and normalcy, keeping them learning and happy this entire year. And I know I speak on behalf of many, many parents and just want to let everyone know that we appreciate them, we love them, and we thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Har. We appreciate you too. It's good to see you. We'll move on to Katie Godfrey.
President Riley, she removed her request to speak.
Okay, well, maybe some other time, Mrs. Godfrey, and then we'll move on to Andy and Barbara Lauer. Good evening.
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm Barb Lauer. I have 2 daughters at Penn High School, 4 nephews that are about to move up to high school and middle school. And I am also responsible for many youth and parents in our church congregation, as well as other families in PHM systems. Parents, students, and teachers are tired, and trust has been broken with this triangle. But in regard to reading materials, for example, 2 weeks ago, my daughter was issued a very inappropriate book, The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian by Sherman Alexie. I want to share a portion of this, and I quote, "I spend hours in the bathroom with a magazine that has 1,000 pictures of naked movie stars. Naked women, right hand, happy, happy, joy, joy. Yep, that's right. I admit it. I masturbate. I'm proud of it. I'm good at it. I'm ambidextrous. And if there were a professional masturbators league, I'd get drafted #1 and make millions of dollars. And if God hadn't wanted us to masturbate, then God wouldn't have given us thumbs. So I thank God for my thumbs." If this made you feel as uncomfortable as I, or squirm in your seats, then praise the Lord, you still have a conscience. And think about our kids, our girls that have to read this garbage. Do you think this is age appropriate? This unacceptable woke book was written to appear cute and funny, copying the Diary of the Wimpy Kids format, introducing characters with cartoon drawings between the paragraphs. It's not cute and funny at all, but it's sad, sinful, and sick. Wrong things such as shoplifting, anorexia, bulimia, alcoholism, just to name a few, are accepted and celebrated, while good is rejected and even mocked in this book. Out of all the English literature, why are we giving this garbage to our kids? Not adults, they're kids. The pyramid of trust has been broken. If I may, let me recommend 3 R's. No, they're not reading, writing, and arithmetic. They're reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce. You've done that tonight. Taking away masks. Some kids will be in masks. That's wonderful. We've reduced masks. But think about reusing your teacher to their full potential in their training. Stop the CRT disguised in SEL lessons. Let teachers teach what they specialize in: mathematics, science, music, and more. And then finally, recycle.
3 minutes have expired. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Lauer. Come back and see us again, okay? Mr. Lauer.
Yes, thanks for having me. Thank you for having me here. I am a pastor and have children here and nephews that are coming. I shouldn't be here tonight. To be honest, I don't want to be here tonight. I, like most of us who aren't elected or paid to be here tonight, would rather be home with our families celebrating Valentine's Day instead of sitting out there for 3 hours. The truth is, I and we shouldn't have to be here tonight. But I suspect that most of us are here tonight because we care deeply about our children and the students of PHM. I care deeply about my 2 daughters, my 4 nephews, and as a local pastor about the children of my parishioners, many of whose kids attend PHM. And so I'm here to speak to you even though I shouldn't have to be. What do I mean I shouldn't have to be here tonight? I shouldn't have to be here to implore the school board and English curriculum committee to stop putting before our students the kind of vulgar, explicit, perverted, violent, and racist books that it has come to my attention that PHM currently is, which my wife just highlighted, many and others. Many have already highlighted the gross details themselves, as she just read, but I'm here, even though I shouldn't have to be, to plead with you to stop doing this to our kids. Until recently, parents trusted schools to do the best by our kids. My parents came to parent-teacher meetings once a year to check on me, and that was it. They didn't have to worry about what my teachers were teaching. They could trust them. Sadly, apparently, that is no longer the case. If today's school boards wonder why the antagonism on display toward them across this country, they need look no further than this loss of trust between parents and their children's schools. I am not here because I believe in banning books. I am here because I believe that not all books are appropriate for all audiences at all times. Our schools are not the appropriate place, and our children are not the appropriate audience for some of the current favorite pet projects of the Phm English department. What I cannot understand is how a committee, which presumably is so highly educated, cannot, in the vast canon of English literature, come up with just 24 books during high school that both challenge and elevate our kids without stooping to indecency. I'm not asking that our students never be challenged with new ideas or exposed to new cultures. I'm simply asking that they not be exposed to the basest of prose. Too many of them already get a steady dose of that through various forms of media today. When did that which is vulgar become en vogue in our classrooms? Stop lowering the bar for our students, but instead raise it by introducing them to the best, not the basest, our culture has to offer. This school sits just a mile from Twin Branch Dam. We all know that water follows the path of least resistance and flows toward the lowest point. However, when water encounters something like a dam, the water level rises. It's obvious why. It is because the bar over which that water must flow has been raised. And what's remarkable is that when that bar is raised, all of the water rises together to meet it. As a pastor and as a dad of 2 precious girls, I'm imploring this board and the curriculum committee to raise the bar at PHM. I respectfully ask you to not ignore the pleas of this diverse body of parents, but instead to honor and respect those who have elected you and change course from this point forward. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else in the boardroom who would like to address the board? Mr. Jones?
All right, Brian Jones, back again. I guess first I want to apologize for speaking out of turn earlier. No disrespect intended, just very hot topic that we all kind of get a little emotional about. Secondly, I guess I'll thank my wife for giving me away for 5 hours tonight on Valentine's Day. I don't know if you remember or not, Dr. Thacker, President Riley, about 2 years ago, we sat in this room and we talked about challenges that were coming before the board. At that time, it was return to learn, right? How are we going to get our kids back in classes? And I think I made a comment at that time that how you deal with that will set the tone for how you deal with mask mandates, vaccine requirements, CRT, and since then, a host of other things have bubbled up. And I encourage you to lead. I encourage you not to walk across problems and not look at them and deal them squarely. And tonight, I think you've shown a perfect example of what that is. And that's leading by example. That's by having the courage to do what's right. That's bucking the trends and mandates that the people in power around you have put in place. I think a lot of these things are divisive, and they have created division in our society, also in our schools since the beginning of the pandemic. It's all coming to a swell. And what you've done, you may not know it today, everyone's talking about teachers. We love our teachers. Their jobs have been really hard. I think you've made it way easier today. They don't have to police people. They don't have to be fearful of speaking out, thinking that they shouldn't have to have mask mandates in their classrooms, which I think a lot of them have been. So you've cleared the road, so to speak, to let us get back to educating our kids the best that we can. For that, I'm grateful. Keep your foot on the gas, full throttle ahead, deal with the challenges, take in everybody's opinion, and give people the choices that they need to make the decisions that are best for them and their family. I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it very much. Who's next?
My name is Lisa Pollack. I am a teacher at Penn High School. It's my pleasure to be here to address the board. I've worn many hats at Penn High School since 1994. I've been a counselor, classroom teacher, a division leader, intramural sponsor, head volleyball coach, spouse of a teacher, and parent of students. With all of those life experiences, you learn to appreciate the little and the big things. To be a teacher is an honor here at Penn. Are there challenges? Yes, but the rewards are worth it. I always wanted to be a teacher. I grew up in Indianapolis and attended Warren Central High School. I knew the challenges of a large school corporation, and ours at Penn gives us the large benefit with the small town feel. I've had the honor to help mold many children. I've been able to help them find their voice. I've helped them move on to bright futures of their choosing. I've helped them become good humans. In my classroom, students thrive, sometimes at different rates, sometimes needing to take ownership of their own education. They learn to be comfortable in their own skin, and they use their voices for good. They learn to help themselves or ask for help when they need it. They learn that having a thoughtful conversation face-to-face is always better than a text chat. They also learn that stepping away from their phones and their technology help them grow in positive ways that create positive change. With my sports connection, I'm proud to say that I've trained student athletes. Having been a teacher first and a coach second for over 35 years, and having the distinction of being a Hall of Fame coach, and having been recognized as one of 38 coaches in the nation for volleyball excellence this year, I'm proud to say I didn't do this alone. Without the strong support of your school corporation, your school personnel, community, coaching staff, and players, growing and learning doesn't happen. For former players, we call them the sisterhood. They've shown strong character, leadership while progressing to amazing women. This happened at Penn High School. Their teachers and our staff made sure that they were highly prepared for future challenges and helped encourage positive culture and work ethic. Our student athletes rely on the critical care and professionalism of our teaching and learning staff. We take time during our season honor our K through 12 teachers and thank them for their valuable contributions they've made to our student athletes' lives. I'm proud to be a teacher. I'm proud to represent Penn-Harris-Madison and Penn High School. We are truly blessed as a community, as individual families, and
3 minutes have expired. Thank you, ma'am.
To live and work in this corporation.
Mrs. Pollock, I think it goes without saying, we are proud to have you represent us and proud to have you teach and at PHM. Thank you for everything that you've done and continue to do. Who's next?
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Kelly Watts. I'm a teacher at Penn High School, and I usually come to speak to you about the wonderful things that are happening in the World Languages Hallway, which I did earlier this year. Or I sit with my teachers who are here to beg for your permission to take students abroad on trips to amazing things. Tonight, I just want to brag about the things that teachers do that you don't pay us for. Buy regalia in those countries and bring them in to decorate our rooms so that they're homey and comfortable and exciting to look at. Buy candy, stickers, and pencils for prizes. You have no idea what a high schooler will do for a bite size of a Snicker, especially when they're hungry. Learn how to turn the coolest new tech game into a classroom game. You love Wordle? Watch me make it an educational game for you. Write letters of recommendations and then write them again for scholarship opportunities. Most teachers write around 20 plus, maybe minus, letters of recommendation, and few are asked to write upwards of about 40 letters of recommendation. We don't use a form letter. Every single one is personalized and to honor those kids and their hard work of what they've put into this school at Penn High School. We sponsor clubs and activities. We used to get a bonus of you can skip your duties, but then thank you for paying us for those duties now. So now we just do it out of the kindness of our heart. The last time I looked, I think there were maybe 66 clubs that we sponsor for free on our time. Go to sporting events, plays, or choir concerts, dances, and all the extracurricular activities. At least 2 or 3 times a week I hear, hey, Senora, You should be at, you name the event. Or hey, Senora, will I see you at whatever event? We dress up like fools on Spirit Days. Today I look like I spilled Pepto-Bismol all over myself for Valentine's Day and pink out. I toned it for you. Tomorrow I'll be trying to figure out what I can carry all my things in because tomorrow's anything but a backpack day. We keep a drawer of extra coins, dollars for kids who forgot their money and need a bottle of water. And thanks to the federal government, those have stayed a little more stocked this year for not having to help supply lunches. Keep tissues nearby, not just any kind of tissues, the good tissues, because snotty noses get red real quick, and sometimes they need them to wipe some tears. We proofread papers for students that aren't in our classes, or work isn't for us. Some teachers go as far as write the letter of recommendation and then help the student read their own application letters that they're going to submit. Tutor students that are in other classes because sometimes they made a connection to us, and it's hard to break that relationship after 1 year. Keep snacks and stashes of snacks. Bring in hand-me-downs for students that need them for
3
PE.
minutes. 3 minutes have expired. Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you
Thank you,
because
sir.
being a teacher at Penn High School is amazing, and we appreciate your support.
We appreciate you. Who's next?
My name is Brent Curtis, and I have 2 children in the PHM schools. As I stated last time I was here, I come from a long line of educators, so I have a particular fondness for teachers and the board. Today's school system has seemingly lost its way. It has become focused on everything except education. Mask, diversity, inclusion, CRT, list goes on and on. What does any of that have to do with English, history, science, or math? The answer is nothing. The teacher-student relationship should be about teaching and supporting and encouraging, not discipline or fear or judgment. That does not create an atmosphere for learning. It creates an environment of fear, which stifles learning. Look, no one's perfect. I'm not perfect. Our teachers aren't perfect. The board is not perfect. But if we're not able or willing to admit faults, we will never get better and improve. And shouldn't that be our goal? To improve, to make sure today's students get a better education than yesterday's students, and tomorrow's students get a better education than today's. When a sports team struggles, they go back to basics to identify problem areas and work to get better. Our school system needs to go back to basics: math, English, geography, science. A teacher's job is to teach, plain and simple. Don't put anything else on them. Being a teacher is not easy, but it doesn't have to be complicated.
Who's next? Hello.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Satry. My daughter is a freshman at Penn, and
I'm sorry, will you repeat your last name?
Satry. My daughter is a freshman at Penn, and I've come tonight as a parent to say thank you to all of you who make the PHM school district all that it is. I know you hear a lot of opinions at a meeting such as this. I work with people too, and I know the great joy and the genuine challenge of serving an entire community. So in a sea of voices, I want to be sure you hear this. Administrators, including the school board, thank you for providing a clean, safe, supportive learning environment and an amazing array of extracurricular activities, all in what I consider to be very, very low property taxes. My daughter is not only learning biology and language arts, but also teamwork, perseverance, leadership, good sportsmanship, and many other important life lessons. So thank you for making this possible. Teachers, thank you for what you do every day and for who you are. My daughter has been blessed with exceptional teachers who care about her as a student and as a person. She's gone from a very unhappy, disengaged 5th grader, apparently 5th grade is not a good time to move a child, to a very happy, involved freshman, in large part because of you. So teachers, thank you. And staff, You are the ones who show up early and stay late. You are the ones behind the scenes, making sure everything is clean and safe and in good working order. Please know I see you, I appreciate you, and I thank you. After all the words that have been spoken tonight, I'm hoping the last word that you all hear is thank you.
Mrs. Atri, on that line,
Yes.
thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for coming and spending your night with us tonight, and wonderful news about your fifth grader. Welcome to our district.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind words. Who's next?
Ashley Peter, Mishawaka. Thank you. It took us 11 months to have an open conversation. Awesome. Thank you. I say, let's do this with everything that comes up. I'm surprised tonight that we had parents come out last week and talk about a book. Another mom coming to talk tonight. No discussion. No discussion. It would have been great to have this conversation, what you did tonight with Mask, about that. I think the parents, we do have wonderful teachers. We've never said that we didn't, not one. However, in every profession, there's always those that do not meet excellence. In every single profession, there are those that fall short. And sadly, we have those here. We brought them to your attention and nothing has been done. I want to thank my parents. I want to thank my parents, especially SOS parents, who are constantly researching every day, who do all the research for us, who get up here for the past 11 months that I've been here, every single board meeting, sacrificing their time, sacrificing dinner with their families, sacrificing holidays, and sacrificing not being home, putting their kids to bed. It takes all of us, all of us. We have invited you to the table. We've invited you to have, for 11 months, what happened tonight. I've asked Ms. Langfield to meet, none. We've asked for responses, none, none. There's so much that it could have been resolved, so much in our classrooms, in our hallways, that would not be happening if we would have just come to the table and had this discussion tonight, like we did. So thank you. I do say thank you for the discussion we did tonight. And thank you, parents, for always being here, because no one ever tells you thank you. And I'm telling you thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Leader. I appreciate it. Who's next?
Might as well get one more. Samuel Lund, Granger. As you know, I was going to come and talk about masks, but thank you, Ms. Gates, and thank the rest of you, board, for, again, the conversation. And I would like to thank you personally. Your hard work is appreciated for all our kids. It's not just my daughter, who I wish I could show you the video message she sent me after I told her that Thursday she doesn't have to wear a mask anymore. It's amazing. For something so simple as politics to come between a group of parents trying to raise children, because we're all parents here. For politics to come between us and raising our children as a group is sad, and we can't let it happen anymore. Politics don't belong here and shouldn't be here except for a political science class, and that's in high school. So can we keep it that way? Please, that's all I ask. And once again, thank you for the decision made today. I appreciate it. And what I had coming, I'm glad I didn't have to go forward with. I promise you. I promise you.
Have a good evening, sir. Thank you so much. Who's next?
So I need a visual timekeeper. My name is Matt Salas. I live at 11951 Harrison Road. I've been here before. Many of you know me. I'm a coach at Penn High School. I've been in the program for years. Really didn't want to be here tonight. Last place I want to come. As a parent, I felt guilty if I didn't come. which unfortunately, that's been a result of the last year of controversy. It was refreshing tonight to see at least some movement forward. And again, as a parent, I shouldn't feel guilty to not come here and trust my kids to you guys and trust my kids to the PHMs. I mean, the whole program. So for me to feel guilty really means we're not doing our job as PHM. And I'm sure there are other parents to feel the same way. Last place I want to be. I'd rather be home with my kids, my wife, doing many other things, but I'm not. My first thing here to attend here is another issue that's come up for me is there discrimination being promoted within Penn? Not directly, not on purpose, I don't think, but I don't think someone's taking the time to look at some of the stuff. And I'm going to specifically address Washington, D.C. trip. We present a Washington, D.C. trip to 8th graders, but we're saying, hey, you can go, but if you're not vaccinated, you can't go on all the trip. Now, when I brought this to Grissom's attention, they were very proactive, responded great and immediately. They've already changed 3 of the venues, saying, you know what, you're right. It concerns me that that was even presented to the parents. How does that slip through the cracks? When did we encourage discrimination and segregation? Are we going to have different buses for different kids now? Minorities? Vaccination buses? I mean, at some point in time, we have to realize we're on a slippery slope still. We're past the mask issue, great. But there's still a lot of things out there. I challenge you guys as a board to look at and make sure we don't continue down that snowball effect of what the political turmoil in the world is. We have to be better than that. So again, I'm disappointed that Schmucker did not reply very nicely. Schmucker avoided my question. Schmucker gave me a roundabout, great job. We're going to take him. They're going to have a fun answer. Personally, I was disgusted by it. Grissom's been great. As a board, you guys got to look at these kind of issues. Likewise, simple things like tonight. I was denied entrance here tonight. You're late. You're right. I'm sorry. You're late. Why do we not have more chairs out there for people? Why are we discouraging people from coming in? I'm late. I can't come in. Are you kidding me? This is a public board meeting. I apologize for being late. That's on me. But again, we can't have that divisiveness. We have to do better. A friend of mine was asking me, well, if Grissom's changed their policies, why do you care what Schmucker's done? My point is because it's wrong. And that's what we have to start looking at. We have to look at the bigger picture. I encourage you guys to keep that in mind as you look at everything else. I appreciate your time. I've been on your side on different boards. I get it. It sucks. It really does. Bottom line, it's terrible. But I do appreciate your time.
Your 3 minutes have expired. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, very much. We appreciate it. Anybody else? Okay, let's go back to our YouTube live feed. Is there anybody? Okay, Ms. Cartwright, come on.
I wasn't anticipating even coming tonight, to be honest with you.
Before you start, Mrs. Cartwright,
Yes.
do we have anybody? Okay.
Tina Cartwright, I live in Granger. Again, I did not think I was going to come here tonight. There's a lot of things that were going on today that played into that, but I am so glad that I came. So glad. I really, really appreciate the candor tonight and working together for a consensus on masking for our kids. I'll be honest, I wish it was tomorrow, but that is the beautiful art of compromise. It will be Thursday. So I'm super excited about that. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to please do not cave to the pressure, because you will get pressure from the community. You got pressure last time. Someone had garbage dumped in his yard, and I hope that doesn't happen again to you. But just please, let's stick with this decision and not cave, because you're going to get it. You're going to get a lot of pressure. But what I will say is, I will ask those people, because they're coming. They're probably already emailing you right now. Where were they when the CD said cloth masks really don't work? Where were they pushing N95s for all of the kids and teachers and staff? So again, please let's just stick by this and do not cave to the pressure of that. You guys might have noticed, may I bring this? This is my daughter's backpack. It's 27 pounds of stuff that she carries around every day. And this is the smallest of my daughter's 2 backpacks that she carries around. My daughters are about the size of me. I'm not going to tell you how much I weigh, but I'm like 5'3". So that's a lot of weight to be carrying around. My other daughter has her laptop in a case. She has her binder. It's like a huge Trapper Keeper thing. They have their lunch boxes. They also have basketball bags, cheerleading bags, and everything that they carry around all day long with them because they can't use their lockers. I'm so grateful for your decision tonight, but is there any way we can maybe go back to letting them use their lockers? Because I stood with this. I stood with this on my back, waiting to get in the building for 25 minutes, and it hurt. It hurt. My kids, when they get in the car after school, it's like they throw everything in and they are always telling me how much their back hurts. And they're athletic kids, they're strong. They work out, they go to trainers. So
3 minutes have expired. Thank you, ma'am.
thank you. I hope we can.
All right, come back soon.
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else who hasn't spoken yet? Okay, still nobody? All right, well, thank you, everybody. We appreciate your input very much. And we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is board reports requests. Board members, do you have anything to report or request?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd like us to review our attendance procedures for meetings. I know people who had like registered weren't to be in person, weren't able to get in, and we do have, though we've asked for there not to be, when it's able to be avoided, PHM sponsored activities on board meeting nights. They do happen every board meeting night, and so that those families can still attend.
Okay.
We need to make sure there's space. I also want to thank the teachers that are here. Thank you so much. You've had a change in my own children's lives, and volleyball has been such a big part in their educational experience, and I thank you so much for that. It was so much more than volleyball for them under your coaching, and I just thank you for that. And this is why I want to travel with you so much when you come and talk about it. So thank you too for sharing that. Thank you for sharing and investing in kids and wrestling and bringing to our attention some things that might need to be looked at. But thank you so much. You could have talked all night long if we would have given you time to list all the things you guys do that aren't in the job description. And I thank you for that. So thank you so much tonight. Thanks for sharing, everyone, for being here tonight and caring about this community. I am really thankful for the people who have invested a lot of evenings here, for the teachers that are here all the time, and the administration. And just thank you again to the board tonight for working together. I'm so thankful for each one of you. You've also all had a huge impact on my life over the years, getting to serve with you, and been really encouraging. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gates. Mr. Garrett, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just had a quick question concerning last board meeting. At the end of the meeting, I was surprised to find that the sequence or the schedule had changed, moving the board members speaking to at the end after the parent were speaking, because before that it was always board members first and then parents or patrons. So I tried to check out the situation, what was going on, and come to find out that the agenda was changed at 5:15 before the meeting, and an email was sent out. And there's no way, I was already gone, so I didn't get that email. That's why I didn't understand what was going on. Then secondly, I wanted to find out what the deal was, why it was changed. I've been on the board for 5 years, and it's been the same agenda for 5 years. And then all of a sudden, an hour before the meeting starts, we changed the schedule. So I just kind of wondered what the deal was on that. So then to find out, according to the email that I have here, says the time was changed so that to provide the Board of Trustees with an opportunity to respond to concerns that are shared by patrons at the board meeting. The hearing of visitors was moved to precede board reports and requests for that purpose. But yet, whenever we get ready to do this, you've done it twice tonight already, Mr. Riley. You have said that board members will not respond to parents' concerns. You said the board will not respond. So we have a situation here where you and Dr. Thacker last meeting changed the schedule. And then, I mean, I'm glad because I'd like it to speak last, but I'm wondering what the deal was, why it was changed at such a late time, and why was it changed so that we could respond, but yet then tonight you tell us we're not supposed to respond. So could you clear that up for me, please?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Mr. Garrett. The answer to your question was provided to you in an email. We have heard repeatedly for a long time from people in our community that they don't hear from us. They come up and they say something to the board and then they don't hear anything back. We don't really engage in an argument back and forth and get into a tit for tat with people who come to present to us. We like to treat everybody with dignity and respect, let them be heard. Let the next person come up and say what he or she has to say, but then we want to make sure that they understand that before the night's over, that we've had an opportunity, if we are prepared to do so, to respond to what they had to say. And in fact, last school board meeting, one of our school board members needed the opportunity, who she thought to clarify her position on something that she felt wasn't represented properly by somebody who came and presented to the board. So there's really nothing other than that to explain. It was on the agenda. You voted for it. It was on the agenda again tonight. You voted for it. So I'm not sure why there's an issue now, but nonetheless, the bottom line is we wanted an opportunity so that the public could speak to the board and then the board could respond if they so choose.
There's no real issue, and I thank you for reminding me of the fact I did vote for it, and I agree with that. I did, but I did, like I said, I don't really look for the agenda, after, to make sure it hasn't been changed, because when I saw it on Friday, it wasn't that way. But when I saw it on Monday, it wasn't changed till Monday, the day of the meeting. So that's why I'm asking. The only reason I want to know is why such a late time to change it. Why wasn't it done ahead of time? Why weren't we consulted? Why didn't anyone say, hey, you want to change this so we can have a chance to respond? I mean, I think that isn't that the normal procedure to do when you have a board, when people are involved, not just you and Dr. Thacker, but we're all involved? Don't you think you should let us know ahead of time, give us a little bit of lead time on that? I'm just wondering why it was done at such a peculiar time, 1 hour before the meeting, and everything changed. No notification other than an email, a confirmation email was sent out at 5:15. That's all. So
It was on the agenda that was
wondering
available
about
to you last Thursday. You had it and you didn't raise any objections to tonight's agenda. In fact, you voted for it.
I'm not talking about tonight's agenda. I'm talking about the agenda for the last board meeting that was changed at 5:15 before the meeting. That's what I'm talking about.
Maybe that's when you read it.
That's when the email was sent out. Right here. I also got that information. So the confirmation email was sent out at 5:15. The timestamp on the email I sent last night was updated agenda at 5:11. I'm sorry, 5:11, not 5:15. 5:11 p.m. on January 24th. So an hour before the meeting, an hour and 15 or hour and 19 minutes before the meeting, it was changed. That's why I'm asking. Why was it changed?
You've been providing the explanation. I don't have
Did
anything
anyone
else
else on the board know it was being changed? Who else knew ahead of time? Did anybody? Anyone on the board know? Did you know?
I didn't know ahead of time till that email came out, but I do know that I put in a request at the November 8th meeting, and I had interpreted for us to review the policy of how the board responds to those who share. And so I took it as a response. And I know in my time on the board, sometimes we have switched, even up to during the meeting, switched the order of things isn't completely like out of the norm for us.
But then we're all involved. During the meeting, we're involved. You get to make a point about it. Everybody gets to make a point about it. But for some reason, it was taken upon Dr. Thacker and Mr. Riley to just change it without consulting anybody on the board. I was wondering what the deal was.
Hang on just a second. Your recollection of events is being corrected by people at the table.
All right.
Discussed at the
I know,
executive.
but the vice president and the president review the
Okay.
agenda and move things.
So the recollection here being discussed at the table, this has been discussed in executive session before. Maybe you just don't recall, but are there any other board comments or?
Top of thanking teachers, administration. I want to thank bus drivers as well. I cringe at our board's incident report every day, thinking, just the way the back roads are, and it's amazing what they've done over the last few weeks, getting our kids to and from school safe. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. Any other board reports or requests? Well, I just want to take a moment and thank the public. This has been a crazy ride the last couple of years that we've been on together. We've sometimes agreed, we've sometimes disagreed. And I want to thank you tonight for coming here and bearing with us as you saw representative democracy unveiled in front of you. We're 7 people who don't always agree with one another. In fact, sometimes have very distinct differences of opinion. We're able to work something out, and I think to the betterment of all of us. So happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Please drive home safely. We'll see you at the next meeting. And with that, I will call for a motion to adjourn.
Second, Mr. Bueller, how do you vote? Mr. Garrett, how do you vote?
Oh, aye.
Mrs. Gates, how do you vote? Mr. Riley, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Turnwell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Roach,
Aye.
we're adjourned.
I was jealous.